Chapter 3255. Enzio's expression changed and he looked up. You. Before he could finish, an invisible attack appeared in front of him. A fist punched out horizontally, piercing through the void and shattering the side of Immortal City. The remaining power was terrifying and it almost broke out of the primal universe. Bai Wuxian had experienced the second battle of Disaster Realm and had been schemed against by Jiang Feng and Wu Tian. She could not hide in the microscopic world, so she subconsciously retreated in the face of this attack. The person in front of Encio looked up at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god did not attack Encio, clearly afraid. Primogenitor, it's just a greeting. Is there a need to cause such a commotion? Hee hee. Woof woof. A barking sound came from Tiango. No less than 5 attacks from Primeval City landed on the Heavenly Hound, but the Heavenly Hound was completely fine. Even Bobber's 9 stars revival was within the attack range, but it was still fine. It was simply undying in Primeval City. Suddenly chains appeared. A dog dares to be so arrogant in Immortal City? I'll stew you. Woof woof. Tiango looked over. Chains covered the sky and wrapped around Tiango. Wuxia. This was the first person Lu Yin had encountered in the Chosen of Gods when he had disguised himself as Yi Bo. Because he could not defeat him, Lu Yin had been eliminated. In the end, he had been forced to use his Dai's enhance to heavily injure Dixia and replace him in the Chosen of Gods. Chiu was not too powerful, but he could not die. He was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the most resplendent era, and he had cultivated the same source of life battle technique as progenitor Xianxia. This meant that he could not die, and he had created 108 suicide techniques that were disgusting. In particular, his sequence law was Chiu, which formed chains that were difficult to break free from. The primordial thunder locust was currently trapped by chains, and Tiango was also imprisoned by chains. It let out a mournful cry. In the distance, a flash of light tore apart the chains, allowing Tiango to escape. Chiu looked over with a serious expression. It was him again. There was an expert on the Eternal's bone vessel and he was Chiu's nemesis. That expert was even targeting him and he was even more disgusting than Chiu. In the distance, flames engulfed the starry sky, and a corner of Immortal City was destroyed. Chiu hurriedly rushed over and a chill ran down his spine. One by one, the experts looked towards the northwest corner of Primeval City. That place had been breached and there were heavy casualties. Not only the northwest corner, but the pressure on the other areas of Immortal City had also increased. Even primogenitor Tai Chu had been attacked by Bai Wuxian. There was no extra power left to protect Immortal City. Huge cracks spread along the ground. Tai Chu looked through the crack in the earth and stared at Grand Emperor Tai Hong. Tai Hong's body was bathed in blood, his head was hanging down but he was still alive. If he died, the 6 paths of reincarnation world would disappear and the only true deity would have ascended to Primordial City. By then, Primordial City would not be able to hold on anymore. And at this moment an even greater crisis arrived. Butterfly Tianan appeared and spoke in a gentle voice. Humans are arrogant and arrogant, going against the heavens. Today the guardians of the 4 directions will protect heaven's origin and enlighten the humans. Primeval City shall be destroyed. Mr. Mu, absolute beginning, the ancestor of the giants, and the others all looked over, their gazes terrifyingly cold. The Eternals were enemies and deserved to be killed, but the 4 guardians deserved to die even more. The desolate ancestor leaped up and headed towards Tian. It's time to settle our grudge. Tianan's voice was still as gentle as ever. Withering, not dying is your greatest sin. Chu Yi stood on the city wall and took a deep breath. He looked forward and said, Master, your disciple has begun. His voice died away. The starry sky rumbled as Chu Yi broke through to the beginning. In the second disaster zone, Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked up at the lost tribe. The space-time phantom was fading and he only had 5 minutes left. He had to think of a way to lure that card out. How had he lured that card out? That's right, he had to reveal his true thoughts. At that time he had only vaguely guessed the universe's starry sky. He did not know that this universe had a boundary, nor did he know that there were other universes. At that time he had hoped to break through the illusory sky and see the real starry sky and the existence of real space. He had hoped that everyone could set their own rules and restore their true freedom. Looking back, even though his understanding of the universe was vague at that time, he had actually hit the nail on the head. That was how he had managed to lure that card out. Now how should he lure it out? The same words would not work as Great Elder Gu had warned him. Lu Yin looked up at the starry sky. Time passed by slowly. In the distance everyone looked at Lu Yin, but they were not anxious. Sometimes silence was also a form of strength. Great Elder Gu looked apprehensive. Could he lure it out? That legendary card? That card that could deal a blow to that omnipotent existence. Once it appeared, the entire universe would change. The Tao Lord had to be lured out. They would never forget that they still had a home. They were the Lost Clan and they wanted to go home to take a look. The phantom of the origin space outside the True God sky switching technique became fainter and fainter until it was almost invisible. The time limit of one incense stick was approaching. Lu Yin exhaled deeply. His gaze was calm. My ignorant guess was right. This universe has a boundary. Who set the boundary of the universe? Who set up a door at the boundary? Who can decide whether we enter or leave? Who is it that dares to deceive us? Perhaps that is the sky. If the sky is to develop our human species, let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. We will respect the sky, love the sky, and obey the sky. If the sky is unfair and destroys the development of our human race and the continuation of our species, we will fight to the end. I have said that one day, we will break through this illusory sky and return the world to everyone. One day we will let everyone set their own rules and set them free. As for me, in this universe no one can call themselves the sky. The sky is freedom, righteousness, and justice. If someone wants to call themselves the sky, I will not leave the sky. The sky was the killing power of Elder Shan Gu's regent statue. It represented the regent's heroic spirit that swallowed the universe. And it also represented Elder Shan Gu's will for the final battle of the universe. Regardless of whether they won or lost, Lu Yin could feel their determination to fight to the death. He was willing to be like those people and fight against the existence that should not be controlled in this universe. He wanted to return freedom to everyone. Elder Shan Gu's eyes reddened as he looked at Lu Yin. It was as if he was looking at the regent, the figure that stood in front of everyone and rushed towards that omnipotent existence. That figure had withstood so many storms for them. Regent, if you are still alive, please protect us. Actually, we have been thinking too much from the beginning. Lu Yin's voice continued because that card had yet to appear. Elder Shan Gu looked at Lu Yin. Thinking too much? Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Wu Tian all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. He looked up into the sky and his voice suddenly softened with a teasing smile. As long as we don't have it in our hearts, then it will never exist. That sky is the origin that nurtured us humans and the myriad of species in the universe. It is not some creature, and that creature can never be called sky. There was a crack as the primordial space's phantom was about to vanish completely from the starry sky. In the Lost Clan's time and space, the gate opened. In the sky, far away, a white light appeared. It tore open the nothingness world and spread to the boundless distance. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the second disaster region. It was as if there was no distance between this universe's primordial space and the second disaster zone. To that card there was no distance at all. Lu Yin's lips curled up. They had been thinking in terms of below, but where did that below come from? Where did the sky come from? That was just their own imagination. There was an omnipotent existence behind the protectors, and they could call that existence the sky. Going against them was going against the sky. But why did the others think so? Lu Yin did not think so. That existence was just a creature, not the sky. It did not have the right to be called that. That sky was the universe's nature that nurtured countless creatures, not just a creature. He thought so, and so did that card. They had never felt that they were inferior to that existence and that it was just an enemy. In the distance, Great Elder Dan Gu listened to Lu Yin's words and was stunned. Was that so? The royal regent did not allow the sky to live, but in Master Lu's eyes, there was no such thing as a sky. It was just an enemy, nothing more. Master Lu had been able to draw out that card because of that last sentence. Then Great Elder Dan Gu looked up and saw that the corner of the card was becoming clearer. You think so too? There were no lowly people, only people with low self-esteem. If a person no longer felt inferior, their outlook would be different. This was a shackle of human emotions, and now Lu Yin had broken through it. Everyone looked beyond the starry sky as the card became clearer. It seemed to cover the primordial space in the land of disaster. Everyone could see it regardless of whether they were in the primordial space or the land of disaster. Above heaven, the starry sky tree, the lost clan, the Six Direction Society, and many others looked at the card, not understanding what was happening. Lu Yin opened his arms. Come. A corner of the card was completely revealed and descended towards Lu Yin, touching the True God Sky switching technique. In an instant the True God Sky switching technique cracked, and a hole was formed by the impact of the card. In Immemorial City the only true God looked in a certain direction. How could this be? He waved his hand and the 6 rivers of divine power from the land of disaster roared out towards Immemorial City. Destroy Immemorial City as soon as possible. On the other side, First Grade 3 had stepped into the primordial space. When the divine power surged over, Immemorial City turned red. The flames that surrounded the city were suppressed by the divine power river and turned dark red. Both sides of the city walls were destroyed at the same time. Su Wangtian held onto his slippers and coughed out blood. Big Sis fell to the ground and behind her, the phantom of the King of Hell gradually dimmed. The ancestor of the giants knelt on one knee facing a bronze-colored corpse king. This corpse king was one of the strongest experts on the bone boat, second only to primordial chi. The ground trembled and cracked as the corpse kings stepped into Immemorial City. Immemorial City's experts were sacrificed like moths to a flame. They couldn't block it anymore, really they couldn't block it anymore. Chapter 3256. His godly power surged into the zombie king's body, bringing him an even greater power. This power came at the cost of sacrificing the only true deity's godly power, causing the only true deity's prowess to weaken. But now, the only true deity couldn't even leave the 6 Paths reincarnation world. Old Monster Yunqi rang the bell and laughed maniacally. Old Monster Mu, today is the day of Primordial City's destruction. You are all finished, ha ha. Mr. Mu remained unmoved and his flute continued to play. The one true God looked at the underground of Primordial City. Primordial, are you still not going to make a move? Tai Hong is about to die. Absolute Beginning stared at the Black Mother Tree. He could not move. If he moved, he would release the sequences string. The Eternals could easily destroy many sequences strings and cause the universe to expand. However, the universe had boundaries. Once it expanded, it would not be able to withstand the expansion of space. It would eventually collapse and restart. This was the purpose of eternity. Nothing must happen to the sequence of strings. The people of this universe must not be wiped out. Within Primeval City, old Zhongto's forehead was dripping with blood. I'm old. Since I'm going to die anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. Brothers, let's charge once more. Let's fight to the death beneath Primeval City. Old 6, I bet you'll live longer than me. I'll go first. When the 6 of us became sworn brothers, we said that we would live and die together. Third brother, don't even think about going back on your words. We 6 brothers came from different spacetimes and even different races, but we were able to reach this step. It's worth it. I feel disgusted just by looking at those scarlet eyes. Charge. Charge. The group of 6 rushed out of Primeval City and never returned. Old Zhongto was speechless. Wait for me. Old Zhong too, shall we go together? A pleasant voice sounded. Old Zhong looked at a corner in the distance. There stood a woman of peerless beauty. She clutched her shoulder and held a broken sword in her hand. She walked over step by step, obviously seriously injured. Old Zhongto laughed in spite of himself. It's my honor to die with Ice Phoenix Fairy. The woman was the Sky Foothill Ice Phoenix. She was the sect master of the 4th Continent's Heavenly Gate during the era of the Above Heaven sect. She had cultivated to the level of sequence laws. When the 4th mainland was destroyed, she wasn't on the continent. After that, during the Battle of Jiuhe in the 3rd mainland, she followed the giant tree to Immemorial City and fought until now. Let's go. Ice Phoenix Fairy's eyes were cold and her beautiful face was bone-chilling. Holding the broken sword in her hand, she raised a colorful light and charged toward the bone boat. Old Zhong too looked excited. It's finally time for this old man to die. Ah! Primeval City continuously cracked open. In the air above, divine force surged, crashing down with a loud rumble, wanting to completely submerge Primeval City. Corpse Kings walked out of the bone boats one after another. It turned the entire starry sky blood red. At this moment the void trembled and a figure silently stepped out, appearing in front of the bone boat. Facing the gigantic bone boat, he was like an ant. And outside the bone boat, 2 corpse kings just happened to walk out. It was all because of the bone grafting that he had obtained a battle prowess strong enough to fight against the experts of the immemorial city. Seeing the figure, the 2 corpse kings attacked without hesitation. One of them had 7 swords on his back. The 7 swords attacked together, tearing apart several immemorial city experts. The figure raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Not only did it shatter the 2 corpse kings, it also struck the bone boat, causing it to shake. Immediately after, the bone boat was pushed out of archaic city step by step. Along the way there were corpse kings who tried to stop it, but it was difficult to stop it. The forgotten ruins god turned to look and his pupils shrank. Xianxia. The Eternals, primeval city. Many gazes fell as they watched the figure forcefully push the bone boat out of primeval city. The newcomer was Ancestor Qin Xianxia. There was a brief moment of silence. No one had expected Xianxia to suddenly appear. Withered, who was fighting against the butterfly, smiled. Xianxia was indeed not dead. Xianxia stood on the broken walls of primeval city and looked into the distance, directly facing the one true god. For you, I've stayed in Burial Garden for too long. This battle has finally come. Behind him the void distorted. Suona took the lead and a group of dead men appeared, bringing with it a strange feeling. The group of dead men was the manifestation of battle intent. In the current era, when Lu Yin had just started cultivating, the tomb keeper of Burial Garden had only been a half-ancestor. The 4 leaders of the group of dead men had only displayed battle prowess of 1,000,000, but they had all come from the era of above heaven. In that era, Burial Garden had buried a large number of powerhouses. Those who were willing to enter were buried voluntarily, while those who were unwilling were carried away by the group of dead men. Burial Garden's appearance represented a battle that was bound to be lost, but it also represented a new life and the future of humanity. Burial Garden had always been waiting for the final battle, and now that it had arrived, Ancestor Qin had kept his promise and not left Burial Garden. Now he had appeared in this battle. If Primeval City was defeated, humanity would have no future. This would also be the final battle of Burial Garden. Wandering corpses walked out of Burial Garden one after another. They were all powerhouses from previous eras, including Su Wangtian's descendants, the one-legged eccentric Tong Lao Gu eccentric, and others who were filled with malice, such as the Eastern Mountain Tea King. These wandering corpses were also part of Burial Garden's strength, and they were here for the sake of Burial Garden and humanity. Within Burial Garden, powerhouses walked out from the soil one after another. Their eyes were blank, but their bodies were filled with willpower as they charged towards the Eternals. They were powerhouses who had willingly been buried in Burial Garden. This shocking scene shocked both Primeval City and the Eternals. Su Wangtian stared blankly at someone. Shao Er. Big sister panted heavily and looked at a little girl. It was Tong Lao. Her undying scripture contained many cultivation techniques, and Tong Lao's cultivation technique was the foundation of the undying scripture. She didn't expect Tong Lao to be in the Burial Garden. That's the Eastern Mountain Tea King? That evil person. That's the blind god, the disciple of the third continent's ancestor blind. Ku Zu, who was fighting with the butterflies, looked at a person who walked out of Burial Garden. That person was formed by a strange power and revealed a familiar face. Brother Fu. Many people were recognized. It was as if time had overlapped. The ancient and the current gathered together to kill their fated enemies. Inside Burial Garden, in a city not far from the Yellow Spring Sea, the World Mountain's main seat was dark. The Shangqing and the others were there. They saw the changes in Burial Garden and felt the majestic battlefield outside. This battlefield made them feel distant. Chu Yi sighed. Burial Garden has also appeared. I wonder if we will be buried in Burial Garden or not. The ancient god said in a low voice, the final result will not change. On the broken city wall, Ancestor Qin looked across the battlefield and saw Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu also looked at him. The two of them looked at each other and remained silent. At this moment, a green sword erupted from a point and slashed towards the entire primeval city. It came from Ancestor Shi. The Qing Luo sword's heavenly might appeared again. This was a power that was enough to suppress the battlefield. Ancestor Qin took a step backward and faced Ancestor Shi with a palm strike. This palm caused the void to freeze. The flames suppressed by the river of divine power under primeval city swept towards the palm, causing Ancestor Chen's palm to be as dazzling as the sun. The palm struck towards Ancestor Shi, directly shattering the green sword light and landing on her body. Ancestor Shi's body was hit. An indescribable heat instantly swallowed her and she disappeared into nothingness. The Forgotten Ruins god, Archer god and the others were shocked. How was this possible? On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god's face was gloomy. Xiaxia was the most talented person he had ever seen in battle. There had never been someone as talented as him. If Lu Yin was the most talented in cultivation, then Xiaxia was the most talented in battle. He was too suitable for the battlefield. He had once possessed the strength to suppress the 7 sky gods. After living in seclusion in Burial Garden for so many years, he had finally created a battle technique that even the only true god was wary of. That palm was definitely not his former sequence law. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. Xiaxia's sequence law had changed. He had actually destroyed the sequence law that he had comprehended and started anew. This madman. Once one comprehended a sequence law, no one could easily destroy it. Even Lu Yuan, who had comprehended a sequence law that could not be used in battle, would find it difficult to destroy it. However, during the era of the Daoist sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas, progenitor Qin Xiaxiang had repeatedly cultivated a sequence law. They had originally thought that Xiaxiang's sequence law had been fixed after his 8 clones had been killed, but now, it had actually changed again. Who would be as crazy as him? What was the sequence law this time? He had actually killed Ancestor Shi with a single palm strike. Ancestor Shi was a primordial realm powerhouse, so the sequence law should not have been able to get close to her, even if her strength had declined significantly. Progenitor Chen's palm strike caused the battlefield in Immemorial City to fall silent, as it was just too shocking. Kong Tianzhao had always been suppressed by Ancestor Shi, so he was very clear about Xiaxiang's strength. Although he could not use the full strength of a primordial realm expert, he should not have been killed by a single palm strike. Kong Tianzhao looked at Xiaxiang's palm. The flames came from Immemorial City, and Xiaxiang had borrowed the city's power. Xiaxiang had indeed borrowed the power of the flames beneath Immemorial City, or else he would not have been able to kill Xiaxiang with a single palm strike. But so what? This was Xiaxiang's method. He raised his hand and his palm was as dazzling as the sun. Below Immemorial City, flames formed a tornado that swept towards him. He raised his hand. Eternity, this was created for you. Only the undying flames of war can incinerate you. The one true God praised, Xiaxiang, you truly are the most talented in battle, but it's still not enough. The appearance of Burial Garden cannot change the outcome. Whether it is Burial Garden or Immemorial City, I have been waiting for the moment you appear. If I don't bury you, there will always be trouble. With that, the one true God's gaze changed. He faced Immemorial City and Burial Garden and gently tapped the air. True God, Immortal technique. Out of the 3 supreme skills of the true God, the true God's freedom technique and the true God's heaven-changing technique had appeared. Now the last supreme skill had appeared, and it was called the true God's Immortal technique. It was specially prepared for this final battle. Before this, no one had seen it. Even in the battle that destroyed above heaven, no one had seen it. As the one true God tapped the air, streaks of light appeared. They slowly expanded and twisted, forming human figures. In the end, a scene that shocked all the experts in Immemorial City appeared. This is Immemorial City? It's really been a long time. There are so many familiar faces. Thank you, my lord, for allowing us to appear again. This is not resurrection. It's just the seed of immortality that was left behind. It will still wither. But it's also allowed us to shine once again and watch the extinction of humanity. Where's that brat Lu Yin? Is he not qualified to come to Immemorial City? Oh right, Huiwen, my lord Huiwen has been hiding in our clan. My consciousness, Lu Yin, give me back my consciousness. Where's Hongyan Mavis? Where's Lu Yin? Where is he? The battlefield was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the people that had appeared on the one true God's fingertips. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by this scene. If you have it, then return it. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Chapter 3257. Even Mr. Mu and the primogenitor did not expect that the dead would appear again. Big Sister couldn't believe it. The immortal god, the corpse god, Diqiong Wuling god, ruins, Uncle Feng, they had all appeared again. How could this be? The only true god of the Eternals, Ling Kong, had 3 pillars, 6 boundless, and 7 sky gods under his command. The humans had paid a huge price to kill them one by one. Now, even if there were only a few left, they were still extremely difficult to deal with. But now these experts had all been resurrected. That aura was definitely not an empty shell, but a true consciousness and strength that had been resurrected. How could this be? The one true god's gaze was cold. Let's end this era. Black clouds surrounded Ruin's body. His consciousness swept through the entire primeval city like a tsunami. The zombie god punched out. Diqiong held a long spear in his hand and pointed it at primordial ancient city. At this moment, the Eternals had a crushing advantage over primeval city. No matter how confident Ancestor Qin was, it was also impossible to stop so many powerhouses. In the next moment, endless killing intent collided. The starry sky was torn apart and only blood and fire remained on the battlefield. On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god looked back at the Grand Empyrean. You still want to persist? The human race has no future. Your persistence is meaningless. You can't survive this calamity in this universe. You can only wait for the arrival of a new universe. I'll give you this chance. The Grand Empyrean sneered. Eternal, I'm a crazy woman. Crazy people don't listen to advice. The one true god's gaze turned cold. What a pity. You won't even be able to see the end of the human race. As more and more experts died and joined the battle, the archaic city was on the verge of collapse. Within the burial garden, the yellow springs poured out in torrents, but they were also stopped by the Divine Force River. That place also began to shatter. I'm still one step behind, one step behind. Eternals, this blood feud will continue for generations to come. As long as the will of my primordial city is not destroyed, there will be a day when it reappears. My burial garden has inherited the future of humanity and will eventually lead humanity down this path. In the second domain of disaster, a corner of the card cracked the true god heaven-changing technique, causing the crack to widen. Lu Yin was overjoyed. It had finally been broken. The cards continued to descend and Lu Yin stared at them. If this card was able to break through the true god sky-switching technique, then it had to be at least bitter disaster or even higher. What kind of card was this? What kind of power did he possess? Great Elder Shangu was very excited. He finally came down. Lu Yuan and the rest were shocked. That card seemed pretty amazing. Suddenly the card stopped. Everyone's expression froze and an indescribable chill appeared. At this moment, those who remained in the second calamity region were all experts, but they all felt the chill. Wu Tian's expression changed drastically. Fate, this was the gaze of fate. He shouted, "Give up the card." There was no need for him to remind Lu Yin as the card had already disappeared. It was just like how it had appeared in the Lost Clan's upper 3 realms. The only difference was that it had appeared more obviously this time, but the result was the same. Lu Yin could not draw it down. When the card disappeared, the chill also disappeared. Wu Tian's face was pale. Hongyan, Mavis, Lu Yuan and the others exchanged glances, and they could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Why did he have such a feeling? Lu Yin slowly turned around and looked at Wu Tian as well as Great Elder Shangu. Great Elder Shangu's hands and feet were ice cold. He muttered to himself, "It's him, that omnipotent existence. His attention has been drawn here." Wu Tian looked at Great Elder Shangu. Fate was an omnipotent existence. Was it so? Yes, that should be the case. Lu Yin took a deep look at Tianqiong. He didn't care about Tianqiong anymore. Right now, the most important thing was Primeval City. Everyone, let's return to the sect and head to Primeval City. Tearing through the void, Lu Yin and the others suppressed their fear and returned to the sect. They gathered all the experts and headed to Primeval City. They had long since known the path to Primeval City. To the current sect, Primeval City was no longer a secret. Lu Yin arrived at the sect and rode Su Wang. The beast sat on his shoulder as he gave an order to the entire sect. 3 realms, 6 Daoists, 3 sons, 6 lords and 8 Daoists. Follow me to Primeval City. We will destroy the everlasting tribe and return humanity to its former glory. It was a simple sentence, but it caused the entire universe to tremble. Lu Yin had used the mortal world to speak so everyone could hear him. Whether it was the Genesis space, the Hexagon Society, or the parallel universe outside, countless people were stunned and looked towards the Genesis space. Setting off for Primordial City? Was this the decisive battle? There were no words to boost morale, and there was no need to do so. At this moment, the fated showdown had finally begun. One figure after another arrived at the sect and boarded Su Wang. The heavens trembled, and the powerful auras were enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Even the sect's Zhou martial school had not had so many experts because of the addition of some, such as Wu Xian and the Second Anima. Several powerhouses from the parallel universe had also arrived, requesting to follow the sect into battle. At this moment, no less than 30 progenitors had gathered on Su Wang's back. With Lu Yin in the lead, they set off towards Primeval City in the shortest time possible. Countless people watched as Su Wang disappeared. They knew that the true master of this universe would be decided soon. The sect also had experts overseeing it. Elder Chan Lung Qing and the others did not go. Not all progenitors wanted to go, as the sect would only send experts from the sequence laws. Only the powerhouses from the outside would not be asked about their cultivation. Not daring to delay, Su Wang followed Lu Yin's instructions and headed towards Primeval City, instantly disappearing from the sect. Su Wang was not fast, but Primeval City was not that far away. It was just that its location was difficult to find. It was above the sequence laws, and it was impossible to find it without knowing the path. If one knew the path, it would not be difficult to reach it. Lu Yin's gaze grew solemn. Beside him, Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan, Mavis, Jialan Zhilo, and the others were all silent. How was Primeval City now? Black Wuxian looked up, his eyes flickering with black lines as he stared ahead. After a while, Primeval City appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes widened, they had arrived. Su Wang sped towards Primeval City, but after a while they could still clearly see the city. They could even see the intense battle taking place there. Still they could not reach Primeval City. Lu Yin saw the shaman spirit god. How was this possible? Wasn't he dead? He also saw the undying god and the corpse god. How had the Eternals revived one by one? Those people. Lu Tianyi was shocked. Lu Yin's expression sank. The one true god must have used some method. He saw the desperate battle taking place in Primeval City, the burial garden, progenitor Qin, and the bloodshed of powerhouses. He saw the flames beneath Primeval City about to be extinguished. He saw the desolate ancestor staking his life to delay the butterfly. He saw countless heroic battles. Why had they not arrived yet? Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at Black Wuxian. It's you. Black Wuxian's body vanished as he merged into the world of nothingness. This is a path that will never end, but I can see the end. This path is called the Endless. Lu Yuan reached out to grab Black Wuxian, but he missed. Black Wuxian completely merged into the world of nothingness. Master Lu, the people of your universe will fail in the end. You didn't betray the Eternals, Lu Yin shouted. Black Wuxian had told him how to get to the Mirage Domain, where Su Wang was, and many secrets of the Eternals. Lu Yin's initial wariness had faded long ago, but he had never thought that he would betray them now. He should not have betrayed them. It was Lord Eternity who told me to join you. It doesn't matter if I stay in the race. Everything I told you was to help you deal with the protectors of the four directions. Master Lu, there's no need to go to Primeval City. The endless path is my innate gift, and even a primordial realm expert cannot see through it. This is also why Lord Eternity wanted me to join you. I gave you a chance in 100,000 years, but you did not cherish it. So let's end it. In the next era we will completely erase your legend. Goodbye. Black Wuxian's voice gradually faded away. Lu Yin punched out, ripping through space and creating the world of nothingness. However, Primeval City remained in sight. Lu Yuan and the others all struck out. They could see Primeval City, but they could not find it. This was the one true God's plan. Now that things had progressed to this point, he had made many plans that were linked together. Even a primordial realm expert did not have the power to decide everything. Once upon a time, progenitors could decide everything. They could change the world. Later on, primordial realm experts became the deciding force, and then the appearance of primordial realm experts changed the situation. However, they had never thought that the one true God would always stand at the very top. His plans did not just target the emissaries or progenitors. From the very beginning he had targeted all experts, including primordial realm experts. Even a primordial realm expert like Lu Yuan could not break through Black Wuxian's endless path. This was the one true god's plan. Blood splattered across the shattered walls. The man had lost all 4 of his limbs. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Kiki, there's no need to struggle. The witch Lingxian laughed strangely and casually ripped the man to pieces. Even further away, a roaming corpse smashed down with a huge piece of wood. It was reduced to a puddle of blood by a huge hand in the blink of an eye. It was the corpse god. Di Qiong and Count of the Wind surrounded Progenitor Qin. Progenitor Qin had used a single palm strike to kill the progenitor of the past. His strength was shocking. No matter how proud the 3 powers and 6 seas were, they did not plan on fighting him alone. His battle skills had been created by the one true god, so they had to be on guard. Ruin's consciousness swept out like a flood. Within Primeval City, a woman looked at Ruin from afar. Who knew what she had done, but her consciousness was blocked. The woman's appearance was ordinary or even slightly ugly. She was not human in the first place. Instead, she was the strongest life form of a parallel spacetime. She had joined Primeval City out of pure coincidence. Ruin stared at the woman. Lanterns hovered in the air. True God's freedom technique. The woman vomited blood. In the surroundings, the experts of Primeval City and Burial Garden all vomited blood. The roaming corpses exploded one after another, dyeing the ground red. Within Primeval City, 2 attacks shot towards Ruin, but it was useless. Ruin's talent made it difficult for people to attack him unless they directly used Worlds of Nothingness. Endless corpse kings emerged from the bone ships. Through the transplanted bones, every single corpse king possessed the battle prowess of the transplanted master. They could have fought against Primeval City before, but now that they had increased the peak battle prowess of the Eternals, Primeval City fell apart. The addition of Burial Garden could not change the outcome of Primeval City. Endless strings of sequence were vibrating. Chapter 3258. Corpse kings appeared around the ancestor one after another, charging towards him. They were all blocked by a man, but the man could not last much longer either. Thunder boomed, and the trapped ancient thunder locust used this opportunity to escape. He fled Immemorial City without any hesitation. Staying here was just courting death. The ancestor of the giants stood up and looked around Immemorial City. With a furious roar, he threw a punch downwards, reducing the ground around the ancestor to dust. The corpse kings were directly smashed to death. The ancestor raised his head. Be careful. Another giant walked out from behind the ancestor of the giants. It was the corpse goddess. The ancestor of the giants threw a punch, and so did the corpse goddess. The 2 huge fists collided, causing Immemorial City to shake. Ancestor, helping the humans is just courting death. The corpse goddess voice boomed through the stars. The ancestor of the giants bellowed furiously, "You're already dead, but I'm still alive. Who's courting death? How stubborn. The giant race has already vanished, so you can disappear as well." The corpse goddess body completely dispersed. Against the primordial realm ancestor of the giants, laws could not approach him, so sequence laws were useless. However, he did not need sequence laws either. The giants had their own way of fighting. The 2 giants fought in Immemorial City. Every drop of blood was like a lake to the bystanders. Blood dyed the entire city red. In the distance, a figure entangled the Count of the Wind. The Count of the Wind studied it in surprise. Remnant power? The figure was the symbol ancestor. The one left behind in the cemetery was not himself. He had died long ago and only his remnant power remained. As a result, the symbol ancestor's power could once appear on the 5th continent, causing the 6th continent to suffer heavy losses. The power in the cemetery was the symbol ancestor's final remnant power. The dead should not have appeared. The Count of the Wind's eyes widened. Who knew if he was talking about the symbol ancestor or himself? The experts of Immemorial City died one by one, and the wandering corpses in the cemetery were destroyed one by one. Tong Lao, Gu eccentric, Zishao, and even the expert of the Lu family who liked to construct the general platform and crush it all vanished one by one. The yellow springs and the river of divine force entangled in outer space, colliding like 2 dragons. The only true god watched on calmly from the Black Mother Tree. He Wuxian walked out from beside him. "Sir, they won't be able to come." He Wuxian said respectfully. The only true god sighed. The 3rd divine commandment is the final battle. The people of the Above Heaven sect no longer have the right to participate. Next, the universe will restart. You can also break through to the primordial realm in the new universe and take that step. He Wuxian's eyes were burning. He was not from this universe, nor was he a corpse king. He came from another universe. His objective was very simple. He wanted to reach the primordial realm. This was because the universe he resided in, including himself, had been imprisoned by a certain power, making it difficult for him to break through to the primordial realm. Rebooting the universe was the only way, which was why he had joined the Eternals. And now the time had finally come. He Wuxian was excited. Immemorial City is about to be destroyed. These people will not be able to struggle for long. Let me send them on their last journey. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and left the Black Mother Tree. He charged towards Immemorial City, his black lines covering the sky. Any expert at the level of 3 Masters and 6 Boundless was terrifying. Originally, Immemorial City was already on the verge of destruction. When He Wuxian joined, Immemorial City and Burial Garden suffered even more casualties. Endless chains wanted to stop He Wuxian from escaping. However, it was pierced through by the black lines. He Wuxian was originally stronger than Qiu. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Now Qiu was right in front of him. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, black lines pierced through Qiu's body, forming a black flame. Qiu roared and the chains covered the sky. The ancestral world, inescapable net, wrapped around him and He Wuxian. Let's die together. With that, he dragged He Wuxian towards the flames below Immemorial City. Although the flames were contained by the river of divine power, some of them were still burning. Qiu dragged He Wuxian towards the flames, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a wisp of green smoke. The void distorted and He Wuxian stepped out, looking down coldly. You want to die with me? How is that possible? Behind him, Xianxia suddenly appeared and kicked He Wuxian. Countless black lines appeared behind He Wuxian to block, but they could not stop the kick and he was sent flying. Xianxia's eyes were ferocious. Old Qiu is dead, so you should die too. He Wuxian sneered. A deserter of the era wants to kill me? Around Xianxia 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 corpse kings appeared, staring at Xianxia with their scarlet eyes. Kill. In the past, Immemorial City and the corpse kings in the bone ship fought fiercely, and they were almost evenly matched. If Xianxia was surrounded by 3 corpse kings, he would definitely die. But now Xianxia was surrounded by 5 corpse kings. In the distance, a corpse king with a triangular head appeared in front of Big Sister. It tilted its head, almost lying on the ground as it looked at Big Sister. It let out a series of strange laughter which was terrifying. Run, that's one of the top 5 monsters in the bone ship. An expert from Immemorial City shouted. Big Sister stared at the corpse king with a triangular head. Under the dark red light of the divine power, it was like a painting of death. Chu Yi and the ancient god fought fiercely and a figure walked out. He had no arms, only 2 legs. His legs were 5 meters long and looked extremely uncoordinated. However, it was this person that made Chu Yi's face sink. This person was enough to rank in the top 5 on the bone ship, and he had the strength to fight the ancestor of giants. In other words, he was in the primordial realm. He was not a corpse king, and no one knew where the Eternals had found such an expert. With the true god's ability to transplant bones, he possessed unparalleled battle prowess, but he just happened to not appear in many battles. Now, in the final battle, he had walked out of the bone ship. The ancestor of giants fought the corpse god, while he targeted Chu Yi. Surrounded by 2 primordial realm experts, Chu Yi was in dire straits. It was not just them. Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Qin, and other experts from the bone ship had appeared around them. These experts could have been fought by the experts from Immemorial City, but because Di Qiong and the others had revived and stalled the experts from Immemorial City and Burial Garden, a group of experts from the bone ship were free to kill them. The entire Immemorial City was in dire straits. A woman walked out from above the progenitor. Her face was delicate and her eyes were lively. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed like a young girl around 20 years old. However, the appearance of this young girl made the man beside the progenitor completely pale. She was called Zhou Xian and she was ranked 2nd on the bone ship, only 2nd to primordial qi. Muzhu, come out. Immemorial City is about to be destroyed. How much longer do you want to hide? Zhou Xian, your opponent is me, the progenitor called out. The young man beside the primogenitor roared and rushed over. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Zhou Xian with a speed even faster than him. This was also a young woman and was the same as Zhou Xian, looking extremely young. The only difference was that this young woman had a cold aura, completely different from Zhou Xian, who was filled with vitality. She was like a pool of stagnant water that would never flow. With a boom, space was destroyed. The world of nothingness spread out from underground, spreading in all directions. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The man landed helplessly. He stood beside the progenitor and stared up. Mu Zhu was the last force protecting the progenitor. Once Mu Zhu took action, it meant that there was no one left to protect the progenitor. The man clearly could not hold on. Numerous gazes were cast towards the underground. The bone ship moved in outer space, charging towards Immemorial City once again. Ancestor Qin had pushed it out earlier, but this time no one could push it away. There were no more experts in Immemorial City. The only true god clasped his hands behind his back. It's over. Tai Hong, look at Immemorial City's last moment. It's also Inception's last moment. The Grand Empyrean looked past the only true god and saw Immemorial City being torn apart. His resolute gaze was filled with sorrow. The humans had persevered, but in the end they had still lost to the Eternals. No matter how resplendent above heaven's sex development was, or how ruthlessly Lu Yin had suppressed the Eternals, they had forgotten that the Eternals relied not only on their absolute strength, but also on their intelligence. They had caused the extremely resplendent above heaven to collapse, and even though they were at a disadvantage, they had still managed to turn the situation around. This was the true Eternals. Immemorial City, Inception, the above heaven, and the humans. Everything was coming to an end. The bone ship charged towards Immemorial City. Along the way, human powerhouses tried to stop it, but they were all stopped. Whether it was Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Qin, Chu Yi, or even Mr. Mu, none of them could stop the ship. The bone ship was the final attack that would destroy Immemorial City. Below the primordial city, flames engulfed the area. Ancestor Qin struck with his palm, but it was stopped by Di Qiong's martial god scripture for a moment. Count of Wind used the god of defense of the nine heavens to envelop Ancestor Qin. Ancestor Chen's palm struck the outside of the tower and penetrated it. Count of Wind was shocked. How many flames could there be under Immemorial City with just one palm? Ancestor Ku charged towards the bone ship. Butterflies flashed past, making him feel like he was in a dream. The 4 captains of the undead regiment were stopped by the powerful corpse kings in the bone ship. Even the mausoleum keeper appeared and charged towards the bone ship with all his might, but he was still stopped by the undying god. Mr. Mu looked at the bone ship and felt powerless once again. Once upon a time his universe had been like this as well. In the end they had lost to their nemesis. Now the people of this universe were still like this. Humans were the most intelligent creatures in this universe, but they were also the most targeted creatures in this universe. Primordial Origin laughed. Old Mu, your persistence is a joke. I've said it before, it's useless. Ah. The sound of bells echoed, sending off Immemorial City. This place that had suppressed the sequence's string and protected this universe for countless years was finally facing its end. The bone ship crashed into Immemorial City. At this moment the battle stopped. Everyone looked at this scene as if they were witnessing the moment Immemorial City was completely destroyed. At this moment, a huge force crashed out from the darkness and knocked the bone ship to the side, causing it to deviate from Immemorial City. The only true god's gaze turned cold. Mr. Mu heaved a sigh of relief. It had finally arrived. Beneath Immemorial City the primogenitor smiled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. A ship emerged from the realm of nothingness and slowly appeared in the starry sky before everyone's eyes. The words "Boundless" were carved on the ship. Blacklist God's eyes narrowed. Boundless? That ship is still here? The Eternals were no stranger to this ship. If Burial Garden was an item left behind by humans during the first battle of the Divine Commandment, then Boundless was an item left behind by the people of the Daoist sect during the second battle of the Divine Commandment. End of chapter. Chapter 3259. In the past, the Fifth Mainland had fought fiercely against the Sixth Mainland on the Boundless Void. They had fooled the Eternals into thinking that the Boundless Void was just a battleship. Only later did they realize that the Boundless Void was the same as the Burial Garden. And now, the one who came out of the world of nothingness and knocked the bone boat away was Boundless. Boundless could travel through the world of nothingness just like the bone boat. Above Wujiang were Lu Yin and the other above heaven sect masters. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky. Lu Yin looked at the dark mother tree. Eternal, sorry to keep you waiting. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining experts of Primordial City were stunned. Why were there so many experts on that ship? Black Wuxian's mouth was wide open. Impossible, how could they have broken through his path? Impossible. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, Sapphire Jiluo, and the rest of the experts charged towards the Eternals. 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords, 8 paths and 8 paths. More than 10 sequence precepts experts and a few progenitors. A total of more than 20 experts emerged from the boundless void and charged towards Primeval City. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god and said, "Leave De Chong to me. We haven't decided who the winner is yet." Hongyan Mavis, Sapphire Jiluo, and Wu Tian all looked towards the underground of Primordial City. The ancestor saw them and was delighted. They finally came. It was good that they didn't die, it was good that they didn't die. Above the ancient city, Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu both looked over. There were actually so many experts. The abandoned ones, Yi Ro and the others realized that this was the most magnificent battlefield in the universe. Even the second battle of Disaster Region could not compare. Zun Di charged towards the corpse god and slashed down with his sword. He was now the one controlling Zun Di. Wo's gaze was ferocious. After Erji's death, he replaced her and became one of the outer 8 paths. Mimi Na rushed towards Immemorial City. "Teacher Bobber, where are you?" On the Eternal's side, Sorcerer Spirit God was stupefied. When he died, how could the Above Heaven sect have so many experts? Where did so many experts come from? Fengbo stared at Lu Yin with a ferocious expression. "Brat, I found you." He gave up on Progenitor Qin and charged straight at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Boundless and surveyed the entire battlefield. He had finally caught up. Black Wuxian had sealed off their path, making it impossible for them to find Primeval City. However, in the critical moment, Endless World appeared, and the person who brought Endless World with him was none other than Ancient Mist Ancestor. Not only did Shi Wei bring Wu Jiang, she also brought the location of Immemorial City. Wu Jiang was just a tool. It was impossible to rely on Wu Jiang to find Immemorial City. The one who truly helped them find Immemorial City was Ancestor Hui. Ancestor Hui had always been in contact with Shi Wei. The method of communication was Shi Wei's mist. The mist in the past wasn't real mist, but rather the micro-lead technique. Anyone who cultivated the micro-lead technique could use the micro-lead technique to change the form of the mist. For example, it could turn into words for another cultivator to see. Through the Wei incantation, Ancestor Hui was able to connect with Shi Wei. Of course, the number of times they contacted each other was extremely small. The reason why Shi Wei went to the Six Directions Guild was not only because of Long Tu's death and the battle in the primordial space, but also because she wanted to connect with Ancestor Hui. This was a tacit understanding between the 9 mountains and 8 seas that no one knew of. Shi Wei brought Wu Jiang here under Ancestor Hui's guidance, so Wu Jiang's timely arrival was all part of the plan. He Wuxian had pretended to join the humans, and Lu Yin and the rest had not been able to tell at first. He Wuxian could fool everyone and pretend to join the humans, but he could not fool Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin had always tolerated He Wuxian's existence because he wanted to see what He Wuxian wanted to do. He Wuxian definitely represented the one true God's plan, and if this plan could not be figured out, then it would continue to exist. Only a plan that was exposed could not be called a plan. Otherwise, even if He Wuxian was exposed, this plan would continue to exist. The endless path led Lu Yin and the rest to truly be trapped. Lu Yin had not expected He Wuxian to have such an innate gift that could prevent all of the experts from finding Immemorial City. This was not a comparison of strength, but rather more like He Wuxian had pulled an endless parallel space-time path together. They would eventually reach Immemorial City, but it would be too late by then. This was He Wuxian's final plan to join the humans. Fortunately, everything had gone according to plan and Wu Jiang had arrived in time. This matter caused Lu Yin to sweat profusely. He had been careless and underestimated He Wuxian. However, the Eternals had also underestimated the humans. The Grand Empyrean had given the Eternals the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and Lu Yin had also given the Eternals a gift through He Wuxian. Now that he had arrived at the Immemorial City battlefield, the first person Lu Yin wanted to find was Progenitor Hui, who was also at the Immemorial City battlefield. Progenitor Hui had exposed Immemorial City's location, which made it easy for the Eternals to target him. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked at the shattered city wall. Lu Yin's body vanished. Fengbua had ascended Wujiang, but where was that brat? The timely appearance of the above heaven sex experts had reversed the situation, and the Eternals had been suppressed. The humans had too many experts. Previously, it had been several Eternals fighting one human, but now it was several humans fighting one Eternals. Atop the shattered walls of Immemorial City, Big Sis panted heavily. The phantom of Pluto had long since disappeared, and she had reached her limit. She had killed 2 corpse kings from the bone galleys, and both had been powerhouses of the sequence laws. It had been a difficult fight, but there was an endless supply of corpse kings. And now this triangular-faced corpse king was ranked in the top 5. The corpse king had the ability to break the sequence laws, and the moment he stared at Big Sis, she felt as if her body was being stripped away. An indescribable pain spread through her, and even though she was clearly not injured, the pain was real. This was the sequence law of the triangular-faced corpse king: body stripping. He could strip away the body of any creature he saw in another form, or rather in his mind. Once he completely stripped away the creature's body, it would be equivalent to having its body stripped away and dying completely. This was an extremely cruel sequence law. There was an agreement in Immemorial City that once the corpse king appeared, it had to be killed no matter the cost. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. The corpse king was ranked in the top 5 of the bone galleys, and there were very few in Immemorial City who could fight against him. In fact, quite a few had died at his hands. This was the corpse king that Immemorial City wanted to kill the most. At this moment, Big Sis was enduring the pain of her body being stripped away, a pain that could make one's soul tremble. At this point, Lu Yin appeared behind the corpse king and pressed a hand on its shoulder. The corpse king's sequence particles shot towards Lu Yin in an attempt to strip him of his body as well. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as an indescribable force crashed down, instantly shattering the corpse king into pieces as blood splattered across the ground. Big Sis stared blankly at Lu Yin. One attack. Just one attack. How had Little Seven become so powerful? When they had first arrived at Immemorial City, Lu Yin had not used Mortal World to break through his ancestral seal, but now he was completely different. Big Sis, rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. He waved his hand and Hongyan Wu Tian and Hongyan walked out. The strength beast leapt down from his shoulder and charged towards the corpse god under Lu Yin's orders. Su Wang also charged into Immemorial City. At this point Fengbua arrived. Die, brat. The tower-shaped sword slashed towards Lu Yin, who looked up. Will I revive if I die again? He then raised his hand and stabbed out with the soil spear, colliding with the sword. With a bang, the sword shattered and Fengbua's pupils shrank. How could this be? Lu Yin's footsteps lightly brushed past Fengbua, who hurriedly expanded time to avoid Lu Yin's attack. But in the next moment his body shattered and Lu Yin did not even look at him. He charged towards Huiwu, who was behind the river of divine power. The only true god's gaze landed on Huiwu. So it's you. The moment Blacklist God appeared, Huiwu froze on the battlefield. He was trying to contact Shiwei. It was difficult to communicate with the outside world in Immemorial City, and Huiwu could not do so, but Ancestor Hui could. Ancestor Hui had predicted some things a long time ago. He had schemed against the sorcerer god, causing him to die tragically. He had also schemed against the Sixth Mainland and the Eternals. He had even schemed against the Wang family and the Yellow Springs out of curiosity. Immemorial City had been the most important part of his plan. In order to send messages to the outside world in this endless battlefield filled with sequence particles, he had spent his entire life creating a sourcebox array. He had used this array to contact Shiwei, allowing Limitless to rush over at the last moment and knock away the Bone Galleon, saving Immemorial City. However, he had been exposed. The only true god had observed the entire battlefield, so how could he not see Huiwu's abnormality? Huiwu looked up at the only true god. Eternals, I said that if someone can make up for the human race's lack of martial power, then I can make up for the human race's lack of wisdom. I won. The only true god's expression sank. He had missed a step, and this step had always been under Huiwen's control. A long time ago he had tried to rope in Huiwen because he had taken a liking to Huiwen's wisdom, but Huiwen had rejected him. He had invited him several times and Huiwen had rejected him several times. Not only had Huiwen rejected him, but Huiwen had even made a bet with him. Because of these words, the only true God had tolerated Huiwu's existence. Even though the only true God believed that Huiwen had schemed against Huiwu, the only true God was willing to tolerate it. He was confident that he was the only true God, the most powerful person in the universe, regardless of whether it was in terms of martial power or wisdom. Humans could not defeat him. Therefore, even though Huiwu had been exposed, he had not died. Instead, he had been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. All of this had been done under the only true God's instructions. He could not tolerate Huiwen's arrogance, and he wanted Huiwen's son to personally witness the universe being rebooted. Therefore, even if he had to escape from the tragedy zone, he had taken Huiwu with him. However, he had never imagined that Huiwu was actually Huiwen. More accurately, Huiwu was indeed Huiwen's son, but this son had only existed to expose himself. From the beginning, Huiwen had never believed that Huiwu could hide from the Eternals and scheme against them. Even if he did, how much of a threat could he pose to the Eternals and the only true God? Huiwu's true plan had been after Huiwu had been exposed. In order to make the only true God keep Huiwu, Huiwu had deliberately made a bet with the only true God. He had calculated step by step, and if he had made a single mistake he would not have been able to achieve what he had today. However, he had been confident that he would succeed. Huiwu had been kept, and even though he had been exposed, he had only been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. The moment Huiwu had been thrown into the divine power lake, Huiwen's plan had succeeded. He had told Lu Yin where Chuchen was, and he had even given the location of Immemorial City to Wujiang. All of his calculations had been for this moment. He had succeeded. The only true God had been completely tricked by him. The Eternals had failed at the last moment, and Huiwen had retreated. The only true God sighed, "You even gave up on your own son." Huiwen's eyes dimmed. "I have not let down the entire human race, but I have let down little Wu. He has never enjoyed the happiness of his peers since he was young. His entire life he has been running around for my schemes. From the moment he was thrown into the divine power lake his consciousness was gone and I replaced him. Even if I am his father, this debt still has to be repaid." He then looked at Lu Yin, who was rushing over, and smiled. "Master Lu, I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow Wind is working hard to make up for the chapters 10. Thank you." Chapter 3260. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Wait, Huizu." Boom. Huiwu's body exploded and he died completely. Lu Yin stared blankly at this scene. Huiwu's body wasn't the only thing that had exploded. Huizu's consciousness had also disappeared completely. An indescribable feeling spread through Lu Yin's heart. Huizu was not strong in terms of battle power, but without him the current battle would not have happened. He was the person who had truly changed history. He had contributed greatly to the human race, but he could not overcome the barrier in his heart. Regardless of whether it was Huizu or Huiwu, they were both great people in Lu Yin's eyes. However, there was no time to be sentimental. Several corpse kings appeared around him and charged towards him. These corpse kings all possessed great strength because of bone grafting. Bone grafting was too miraculous. Even the laws of sequence could be grafted onto these corpse kings, allowing the bone galleon to face Immemorial City head-on. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out, shattering a corpse king in front of him. This corpse king used sequence particles to block Lu Yin's punch, but Lu Yin had the strongest power in this universe. The only ones who could compare to him were Di Qiong, who had used the martial god transformation, and the one true god who had used the true god's freedom technique. Other than that, Lu Yin was invincible in terms of strength. After killing the corpse king with a few punches, Lu Yin raised his hand. Countless black dots appeared in the sky and spread out. More and more of them appeared like continents. In the distance, Di Qiong, who was fighting Progenitor Chen, was shocked. "Watch out." Everyone looked up and saw spears of soil stabbing downwards. Those who had participated in the second realm of calamity were all too familiar with this scene. Lu Yin had used this technique to suppress the entire battlefield and silence the Eternals. Now he was using the same technique to attack the entire battlefield of Immemorial City. When he had disguised himself as Yi Bo and entered the Immemorial City battlefield, Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day use absolute strength to attack the entire Immemorial City battlefield. The corpse kings were pierced through one by one. If the sequence particles that covered the entire Immemorial City battlefield were like fog, then these soil spears could pierce through the fog. Each of these soil spears had the power to tear apart sequence particles, and their destructive power was close to that of the primordial universe. The soil spears fell down like raindrops. Su Wangtian stared blankly at the 5 corpse kings surrounding him. 4 of them were pierced through by the earth spear while the last one fell to the ground. Further away, the corpse kings were pierced through one after another. Some of them had their heads pierced through, while others were pinned to death within Primeval City by the soil spears. This scene was extremely spectacular. Other than Mr. Mu, the colossal giant ancestor, and a limited number of other powerhouses, who else could strike down the entire ancient battlefield, especially when facing so many powerhouses? Primordial Fiend stared at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. The spear of soil posed no threat to him, but Lu Yin's move had rendered the bone galleon useless. Aside from the top 5 on the galleon, the rest of the corpse kings were rendered useless. Old man Mu, is that your little disciple? Mr. Mu let out a rare laugh. Primordial origin, the true battle has only just begun. On the other side, the Witcher spirit god and the undying god were both stunned. Lu Yin's strength had completely refreshed their understanding of him, and they wondered just how much time had passed since their deaths. Even they were injured by the soil spear. This was especially true for the witch spirit god, who was unable to evade the spatial sequence rules and had his calf pierced through. He stared blankly at Lu Yin. How was this possible? It couldn't have been 1,000,000,000 years, right? How could that brat's strength be so terrifying? The corpse god was just as shocked. In the past, Lu Yin had needed to gang up on him to kill him, but now he could feel Lu Yin's invincible strength. That powerful aura was enough to suffocate the entire region. Progenitor Chen laughed. Well done, Lu Yin. The desolate ancestor's lips curled up. This battle had involved all of the geniuses from the distant Above Heaven sect, the ancient Daoist sect, and the current Above Heaven sect. There was no reason for them to fail. Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu stared at Lu Yin in shock, even though they had to admit that Lu Yin was a threat to them. The rain of soil spears had dealt a heavy blow to the entire Primeval City battlefield, reducing the bone galleon's usefulness. It had also dealt a blow to the morale of the entire Eternals. This was still not enough, far from enough. Lu Yin scanned the battlefield. All of the Eternals had to die. His first target was Fengbua, who had just exchanged blows with Lu Yin. Fengbua's body had been shattered, and he did not dare to approach Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had found him. It was not just Lu Yin. Hongyan Mavis had also gone after Fengbua. Leave him to me. Hongyan Mavis wanted revenge. Lu Yin turned to leave, only to find that all of the Eternals had been surrounded by human powerhouses. Wu Jiang had brought so many sequence law powerhouses, especially the 3 realms, 6 Daos and 3 suns, 6 lords. The Eternals simply did not have enough opponents. Originally, Di Qiong and Fengbua had been attacking Progenitor Chen, but now the tables had turned. Wu Tian and Progenitor Chen were attacking Di Qiong, and Di Qiong could not hold on for long. The original powerhouses of Primeval City had experienced many ups and downs, and now they were completely invigorated. The ancestor of the giants punched the zombie god, causing him to bend over. Then the strength beast punched the zombie god's back, causing him to straighten up again. The ancestor's sword slashed the zombie god's chest, leaving a bloody mark. The zombie god's eyes were bloodshot. There were 3 of them attacking him, which was even worse than when he had been surrounded in the giant's hell. The Wang family was from the 5th mainland, and the Forgotten Ruins god was an ancestor of the Wang family. Lu Tianyi wanted to get rid of him. Mu Ji continued to spin the samsara roulette. It was over, it was over. There was no chance of victory. The Eternals were doomed and he did not want to die. Woof. The Heavenly Hound was once again targeted by Su Wei. He could not kill the dog, but he could at least delay it. This dog could not be killed even by Surpassing Celestial. Just as he thought of Surpassing Celestial, a golden light shone from the Dark Mother Tree, and Surpassing Celestial charged towards the one true God. No one had expected Surpassing Celestial to be so irrational. The one true God's strength was still a mystery. Only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the great heavenly venerate understood. No one else knew the one true God's bottom line. Under the premise that those three could not act, even Lu Yin had not thought of finding trouble with the one true God. Everyone thought that Ancestor Ku had been able to survive the one true God's attack because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, including Lu Yin. However, after Ancestor Ku had awakened, they realized that Ancestor Ku had been able to fight the one true God alone without dying because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was also because of his sequence rule. Vanish. Although the desolate ancestor had lost his memories, he was still aware of the sequence law that he had comprehended. Even if it was the other way around, he was certain that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. He still did not have the ability to survive the one true God's attacks. Only his sequence law could do that. The so-called disappearance meant that everything, including people, things, and objects that were enveloped by the sequence law, would instantly disappear from the universe. If the one true God had known about the desolate ancestor's sequence law, then the desolate ancestor would not have been able to survive. With the one true God's strength, it would not have been difficult to disperse the sequence law, but no one had known about it beforehand. No one, including progenitor Chen's generation, knew what kind of sequence law the desolate ancestor had comprehended. This was the only way for the desolate ancestor to escape from the calamity zone. Unfortunately, he had encountered the butterfly Tianan and had been killed once. If not for the mountain sea battle technique, he would have really died. The desolate ancestor had been able to create the sequence law that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. In everyone's opinion, his sequence law should be inclined towards killing or immortality, but no one had thought that his sequence law would be most suitable for escaping. This was the desolate ancestor's greatest secret. If not for the fact that he wanted to remind Lu Yin and the others not to impulsively fight the one true God, he would not have revealed it. The desolate ancestor watched as surpassing celestial charged towards the dark mother tree. The one true God remained calm. The great heavenly venerate shouted, "Fool, back down." The great heavenly venerate was furious. He did not want to defeat the one true God. He wanted to save the great heavenly venerate, his master. In the reincarnation spacetime, everyone referred to the great heavenly venerate as their master. This was because the great heavenly venerate's reincarnation ancestral world could bestow power to others in the reincarnation spacetime. However, the great heavenly venerate's only true disciple was the great heavenly venerate. For example, Zhou Xian by Xianxia, and the others were not true disciples of the great heavenly venerate. The great heavenly venerate was the only true disciple she had truly accepted. Even though this disciple had turned against her, she had never expelled the great heavenly venerate, much less hurt him. The great heavenly venerate did not like the great heavenly venerate's way of doing things, but he had to admit that the great heavenly venerate was his master and was like a mother. Now that he saw the great heavenly venerate in such a pitiful state, he rushed forward to save the great heavenly venerate. "I told you to back down, fool," the great heavenly venerate shouted angrily. Even when she had been injured by the one true God and the others, she had not lost her composure. The great heavenly venerate raised his golden staff and stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He swung his staff at the one true God. The one true God looked up. No one saw him move, but his hand grabbed the great heavenly venerate's golden staff without anyone noticing. This prevented the golden staff from smashing down. At this moment, the one true God was less than a meter away from the great heavenly venerate. He calmly looked at the other side. "You should have listened to her." With that, he exerted force in his hand and the golden staff cracked. The great heavenly venerate's pupils shrank and he roared. The great heavenly venerate circulated like crazy and self-detonated his body. His blood flowed and his sequence particles shot into the sky. His body continued to expand. He only had one chance. He knew that he only had one chance against the one true God. He would use everything he had learned in his life to launch that attack. A terrifying aura spread out from the dark mother tree. Golden shockwaves swept out and the great heavenly venerate was drenched in blood. He clenched his fist and punched the one true God. The one true God raised his left arm and placed it in front of him. The great heavenly venerate's fist landed on his left arm. The void trembled and waves swept out. Following that, the void shattered, revealing a world of nothingness. The one true God did not take half a step back. This scene left the great heavenly venerate in disbelief. How could the one true God not even move when he erupted with his full combat strength? The one true God's pupils disappeared. The eyeless transformation. At this moment he was extremely powerful. No matter what, the great heavenly venerate had not reached the limit of this universe's strength. How could he so easily shake the one true God? The one true God loosened his right hand and the golden staff shattered. The one true God grabbed at the great heavenly venerate. Before his palm even arrived, the terrifying destructive force that caused the void to collapse had already shattered a small portion of the great heavenly venerate's body. Just as the one true God was about to grab the great heavenly venerate, a figure appeared behind him and punched the one true God. Chapter 3261. It was just a single punch, but this punch caused only true God's expression to change slightly, and he raised his right hand to block. Bang! The dark mother tree shook and the cracks on its bark widened once more. Only true God was forced back several steps. Next to him, Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis phantoms that had been conjured by the God-sealing catalog charged towards the sole true God. Lu Yin pushed the celestial out of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm's range as spears made of soil appeared in front of him and stabbed towards the sole true God. Only true God smiled as he faced Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis and the spears of dirt. His gaze swept past the 3 attacks and landed on Lu Yin. "You're finally here." This was the moment he had been waiting for. If he did not kill Lu Yin, then this battle would not be resolved. Only by killing Lu Yin could he win. Myriad Daoist, return to sword. A sword slowly condensed in only true God's hand. It looked very ordinary, but in the next instant, it slashed out and shattered the power that Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis had summoned from the God-sealing catalog. At the same time it cut through all of the dirt spears. This scene stunned Lu Yin. He knew that only true God was extremely powerful, and even the Grand Empyrean had warned him not to attack. However, he had never imagined that only true God would be this powerful. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis were experts of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, and they were only second to primordial realm powerhouses. No, to a certain extent they could even contend against primordial realm powerhouses. Only true God took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin, slashing down with his sword. Lu Yin's arm shook the void as he tried to use his absolute strength to stop the sword, but the sword seemed to be unstoppable. It cut through the void and cut through the power as it continued towards Lu Yin. The scene was all too familiar. That blood-red figure had heavily injured Hongyan Mavis and Star-Toad in the Mirage domain. Was only true God that blood-red figure? No, the sword's shape was not right. Lu Yin stepped backwards in an attempt to avoid only true God's sword. Everything around him stopped, but the sword did not stop. It slashed into Lu Yin's shoulder, almost severing his arm. A piece of land formed by the mortal world appeared in front of Lu Yin. The one true God casually slashed out with his sword and sliced apart the land. Behind the land was a punch that Lu Yin had unleashed with all of his strength. This punch surpassed the strength of the strength beast and the void, and it was the limit of this universe's strength. The one true God continued to slash out with his sword, and an indescribable sense of danger appeared in Lu Yin's heart. Mr. Mu's warning rang out in his ears, retreat. Lu Yin forcefully twisted his body so that his fist did not collide directly with the sword's edge. The sword brushed past Lu Yin's arm and slashed right below his neck. The only true God's lips curled up, and just as he was about to turn his sword and behead Lu Yin, 2 people appeared behind him. One of them was Progenitor Qin, and he struck out with a palm at the only true God. Within his palm, a scorching fiery light could annihilate everything in the universe. This was a battle technique that Progenitor Qin had created for the only true God. The other was Lu Yuan. His eyes cracked as he pushed the stage towards the sole true deity. The only true God did not care, and his sword continued to spin. Lu Yin felt a chill seep into his bones from his neck. Suddenly, the 6 paths of reincarnation realm turned golden, and the only true God's movements paused as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Progenitor Chen's palm and Lu Yuan's stage slammed into the only true God's back, sending him flying and crashing into the border of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Lu Yin panted heavily. He had just escaped death. The battle had been very short, and he had not even seen the only true God's power, but he had almost died. The only true God had used a single sword strike to destroy all of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin did not even know how he had managed to survive. In the distance, the only true god coughed up blood and gripped his sword tightly as he looked in a certain direction. There the Grand Empyrean lowered his head, and his golden robes turned into motes of light that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Tai Hong Yu. The only true god's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin and the others all looked at the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Self-sacrifice. Progenitor Qin was shocked. Merge with a battle technique? Lu Yin stared at the Grand Empyrean in a daze. The Grand Empyrean's golden robes turned into motes of light that slowly merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, causing it to turn golden. Based on his many years of cultivation, the Grand Empyrean seemed to want to merge his entire body into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. This was self-sacrifice. Tai Hong, you would actually do such a thing? The only true god was surprised. The Grand Empyrean looked up at the only true god. Either you die or I die. Eternal, I told you before that you don't understand me. The only true god narrowed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly. I understand you, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy. You're a powerhouse who survived the bitter adversity. In your eyes, victory is already within our grasp, but you're still willing to sacrifice yourself. Victory is within our grasp? If we don't get rid of you, how can we win? With that brat. The Grand Empyrean laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Brat, this is payback. Lu Yin looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Lu family's debt? I said that I don't owe your Lu family anything, and I really don't owe your Lu family anything. Everything in the cultivation world has a cycle of karma. Has your Lu family not harmed any innocent people? Why should I care about your Lu family? What I'm paying you back is Zhou Xian. You saved his life, so I'm paying you back. She looked at Lu Yuan and then at the entire Immemorial City battlefield. I thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation realm could strip away Eternal's power, but I miscalculated. He is my bitter adversity and I will never be able to overcome it. However, I will not be defeated. Even if I die, I will drag him down with me. Taichu, do you hear me? I will not be defeated. I will never be defeated. Beneath Immemorial City, Taichu looked up at the sky without saying a word. Mr. Mu sighed. Chu Yi Wu Tian Jiaolon Jiluo. And the others all looked at the black mother tree with complicated gazes. This crazy woman had never changed. Even if she died, she would not admit her wrongs, much less admit defeat. Master. Heavenly Sovereign Doshin collapsed in the starry sky. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted with great difficulty. His injuries were too severe, and if it weren't for the fact that things tend to go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme, he would already be dead. The Grand Empyrean raised his head and his eyes blurred. His body turned into golden light and slowly entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment she was the most beautiful scenery in the universe. I'm Tai Hong. All of you are dead. Only I can protect this universe. I'll kill the Eternal. I'll definitely. His voice gradually faded away and Tai Hong completely turned into a golden light spot that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Golden rain fell from the dark universe, dripping onto the battlefield of Primeval City and onto everyone's faces. Lu Yin felt the bone-chilling cold of the rain. A Grand Empyrean was gone just like that. How many times had he scolded this crazy woman? How many times had he hated her? But why did he feel empty in his heart now? Below ancient city, Absolute Beginning closed his eyes and golden rain formed before his eyes. The Grand Empyrean appeared and squatted before Absolute Beginning, looking at him. Absolute Beginning looked at the golden rain in front of him. You won't lose. You won. I lost. Wait for me. I'll find you. The golden rain slowly fell and seemed to wash away the blood in Primeval City, causing the city to regain its ancient color. Master, Father. Dual Victor shouted, but no one answered him. On the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yin and the others looked at the one true god. The one true god's sword was stained with gold and then cracked. The mottled gold on his body came from the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Grand Empyrean had sacrificed himself and completely merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing a problem with the one true god's power. The 6 paths of reincarnation was originally created for the one true god. Now was the best time to kill the one true god. Lu Yin took out Death God Golian. The starry sky around his heart spread out as he prepared to kill the one true god. Lu Yuan and Progenitor Chen's expressions changed. Everyone looked at the Black Mother Tree. If Lu Yin died, it would be a disaster for the humans. But if the one true god died, the Eternals would completely disappear. The one true god let go of the sword hilt and let out a long breath. He looked around the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tai Hong, the outcome has not been decided yet. But you will never lose. Then he looked at Lu Yin and the others. You want to kill me? You can't do it. He raised his hands and drew a circle above his head. A dark red power covered his entire body. This was the true god sky switching technique. Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation does prevent me from using many of my powers. But can you break the true god sky switching technique? Lu Yin used Death God transformation. He took out Death God's left arm, held Go Lian tightly and slashed. Lu Yuan pushed horizontally and knocked the stage out. The god ceiling catalog's golden light burst out. Progenitor Chen struck out with his palm. The weak flames below Primeval City were drawn out again. The 3's attacks all landed on the true god sky switching technique. Just like how the second disaster zone was sealed, the true god sky switching technique couldn't break it. The one true god was unmoved. His gaze was cold. Who do you think I am? You want to kill me with just Tai Hong? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If I can't kill you, then I'll deal with the Eternals, the Bone Boat and the Black Mother Tree first. Eternal, let's see how long you can hide here. With that, he turned and charged towards the Primeval City battlefield. You go to your work. Lu Yin shouted into the distance. He was naturally shouting for Su Wang and Li Shou. The 2 giants were pressing the zombie god to the brink of death. When she heard Lu Yin calling for them, she turned around and praised him. The surrounding people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Not long after, the Black Mother Tree shook. The one true god looked down and saw Su Wang and Li Shou. These 2 giants were holding the Black Mother Tree back, preventing the one true god from uprooting the Black Mother Tree like in the second disaster zone. The one true god frowned. These 2 were the strongest in this universe. If Tai Hong hadn't sacrificed himself, the one true god could have used the true god freedom technique and martial god transformation to force his way out. No one would be able to keep him here. But now he couldn't use that power. He looked at the Primeval City battlefield with a piercingly cold gaze. The one true god couldn't escape. What the humans needed to do now was to completely annihilate the other powerhouses of the Eternals and gather everyone's strength to think of a way to kill the one true god. Lu Yin looked forward and saw that the giant ancestor had completely suppressed the zombie god. The zombie god was very close to death. Lu Yin reversed his steps and appeared directly above the zombie god's head. He slammed his palm down, and a terrifying strength forcefully pressed the zombie god into the ground of Primeval City. He then snapped the zombie god's neck. Chapter 3262. The ancestor of the giants was stunned. He looked at Lu Yin and clicked his tongue. Master Lu, is it? Your strength is a bit exaggerated. He had been forced back by Yu Wei earlier, so he could imagine that Lu Yin's strength wouldn't have made him feel any better. Even though he was in the primordial realm, he had no advantage against a monster that hadn't even reached the level of the sequence laws. How did this kid cultivate? Lu Yin looked at the ancestor of the giants. Back then he had disguised himself as Yebwa and taken Qi away with a single arm. He should have been the one to fight Primordial Eccentric. Senior, please hold down the bone ship. The ancestor of the giants looked outside Primeval City. Understood. Please wait a moment. He looked underground. It's over. From the moment you joined the everlasting race, our race removed you. With that, he clenched his hands and smashed down. Primeval City shook and a huge crack appeared. Underground, the corpse god's head shattered. He was completely dead. The ancestor of the giants sighed and walked out of Primeval City, heading towards the bone ship. Lu Yin headed towards the primogenitor at the center of Primeval City. Just as he left, an oval-shaped seed flew out from where the corpse god had died and headed towards the Black Mother Tree. The corpse god's corpse had completely disappeared. He had originally come from the immortal art. That seed was the immortal art seed. Lu Yin looked back and saw the seed. He hurriedly chased after it, but it disappeared and then reappeared before the true god. The true god looked at the seed. The first seed. Lu Yin frowned. Don't kill those who have come back from the dead. Just control them. The true god was calm and expressionless. Lu Yin felt that something was off. The 3 ultimate techniques of the true god had their own uses. He already knew that the corpse god and the others had been revived by the immortal art, but since they had been revived and died, there was no corpse. Only a seed remained. There was definitely something wrong. The only thing he could do was stop those who had come back from the dead from becoming seeds. Lu Yin looked deeply at the true god before heading to the center of Primeval City to meet the primogenitor. A person stood beside the primogenitor. His name was Yiwei. He was the first force that protected the primogenitor, while Muzhu was the second. Lu Yin had come to find the primogenitor to return Chu Qin. When he saw Yiwei, his eyes narrowed. Yiwei was confused. Have we met before? Lu Yin looked at him, thought for a moment and then shook his head. I've never seen him before. He then walked towards the progenitor. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. Zhuzi, you're here. Yiwei laughed. Pillars? Progenitor, my name is Lu Yin. I know. Zhuzi, well done. Without you, Primeval City would be finished. The primogenitor's voice rang out. Lu Yin sighed and suddenly attacked Yiwei, placing a hand on his head. Yiwei reacted quickly, as he was an expert who was qualified to protect a primogenitor. However, Lu Yin had already predicted his actions, and he used his absolute strength to push aside the particle and place his hand on Yiwei's head. Yiwei subconsciously stood in front of the progenitor and stared at Lu Yin. The progenitor watched calmly as Lu Yin attacked Yiwei and bit down on the sequence's string. What's your relationship with the ancient gods? Lu Yin asked. He had met Yiwei before, but Yiwei had never met him. In the Mirage Domain, when he was fishing the River of Time with his strength, he saw Ancient. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The ancient gods were fighting with someone, and in the end that person was knocked unconscious but not killed. Instead, that person was thrown into a parallel universe. That person was Yiwei. Lu Yin had not expected to meet this person here. There were only two possibilities for this person to be spared by the ancient gods. First, this person had betrayed humanity and joined the eternal race, so the ancient gods spared him. Second, there was something wrong with the ancient gods joining the eternal race. Otherwise, why would they let this person go? Since this person could protect the progenitor, Lu Yin's worst guess was that this person was a spy of the eternal race who had approached the progenitor in an attempt to attack him. Of course, this possibility was not high. Otherwise, the ancient gods would not have waited until now. However, Lu Yin had no choice but to guard against this situation. Yiwei stared at Lu Yin. Gu Yizhi? I saw Gu Yizhi sparing your life and throwing you into a parallel universe, Lu Yin said. Yiwei understood, so the aura of time back then came from you. You were the one who saw our battle through the River of Time. He knew. Gu Yizhi said so. Lu Yin was stunned and looked at Yiwei. The progenitor's voice rang out. Zhuzi, let go. He's fine. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor and slowly released his hand. Gu Yizhi joined the eternal race. Is there a problem? The progenitor sighed. My disciples are all very good and De Chong is no exception. He's being controlled by the one true God, Lu Yin said. The progenitor was helpless. Yes, so a lot of sacrifices were made. Lu Yin understood that there had always been human spies in the seven sky gods. This was the truth. When He Wuxian had pretended to betray the eternal race, they had believed that He Wuxian was a human spy. However, this was not the case. He Wuxian had been ordered by the one true God to act against them at the critical moment. The real human spy was the ancient god, Gu Yizhi. Lu Yin had thought of many people, but he had never thought of the ancient god. The ancient god was one of the top powerhouses of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Why would he deliberately seek refuge with the eternal race? If he had not sought refuge with the eternal race, the human race's situation would have been much better. Later, when he found out that the ancient god was being controlled by the one true God, it was even less likely that he was a spy. How could someone who was being controlled by the one true God be a spy? Even the one true God would not have thought of this. However, the ancient god really was a spy. He was the highest-ranking spy that the humans had placed in the eternal race. He was the leader of the 7 sky gods and one of the 3 chiefs. What was he trying to do? Humans were a strange race. Their weaknesses were obvious, but their strengths were also obvious. When humans were above the rest of the universe, they would unconsciously look further and higher. They would not be able to see the darkness that grew in the dark corners of the universe. As a result, they had been schemed against by the eternal race and destroyed continent after continent. However, when humans faced a desperate situation, there would always be someone who would stand up. Even if they had to pay a heavy price, whether it was strength or wisdom, they would always be able to make up for their losses. There were two words that were branded in the human spirit: inheritance and sacrifice. When the human race appeared in the universe, it was destined that it would not be a flash in the pan. What is Senior Gu trying to do? Lu Yin asked. The progenitor's gaze was melancholy. He wants to find the truth. What truth? The truth behind the destruction of the first continent. The truth behind my defeat to the protectors. Does Senior Gu know that you were besieged by the protectors? Lu Yin asked. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. I didn't know at first. He was a very pure person. The above heaven sect was destroyed and the continents were destroyed one by one. The eternal race was the only one who benefited the most from my disappearance. When he realized this, he let go of everything, including the third continent, and allowed it to be destroyed by the eternal race. He betrayed the humans and joined the eternal race just to find me. By the time I found out, it was already too late. He would rather be controlled by the eternal race to find the truth behind my disappearance. He believed that no one in this universe was my match, even if the protectors worked together. Lu Yin could not help but ask, then what was the truth? The progenitor smiled. He guessed right, but he also guessed wrong. The protectors of the four directions? They were just four pieces of trash. Even if they were in the primordial realm, they weren't worthy of my name. Their siege was laughable and they were no match for me. They couldn't even break out of Sky Palace. De Chong guessed right on this point, but he was wrong on another point. My defeat had nothing to do with the eternal race. Wu De was the first to find out. He personally experienced what it felt like to be watched by that existence. That existence, I call it fate, Lu Yin continued. The progenitor nodded. Yes, fate. It's a very appropriate name. That existence is fate, and it stopped me from breaking through to the eternal life realm. When those four besieged me, it was that existence that allowed them to succeed. My hands were sealed and I had no choice but to cut them off to save my life. If it weren't for Old Man Mu, I would have been dead. Speaking of which, Old Man Mu is still very experienced. After all, he had encountered it before. Lu Yin was surprised. Master? Yes, your master. He is not from our universe. The universe he was in was also destroyed in the final battle. Humans were defeated, but in his words, if it weren't for the intervention of fate, he could have stepped into the eternal life realm at the last moment and turned the situation around. Unfortunately, he was still defeated. I quite admire him. He was defeated by fate, but he was still able to escape and retain his current strength. I was defeated by fate and lost my hands. I am half dead here. I owe your master my life. Lu Yin had not expected things to turn out this way. He finally understood what had happened to the first mainland. The guardians surrounded the progenitor and Wu Tian arrived. He experienced the extreme coldness of being watched by fate, and the progenitor sent him flying so that he could not get close. The interference of fate caused the progenitor's hands to be sealed by the four locks formation. He had no choice but to cut off his own hands to save his life. Fortunately, Mr. Mu arrived and took him away. After the progenitor was taken away by Mr. Mu, Jialan Zhilo arrived and saw the aftermath of Tianfeng's attack. He followed Tianfeng and was sealed in his body. The destruction of the first mainland had begun the process of the above heaven sect's destruction. This was the truth behind the destruction of the first mainland, and it was a cruel truth. The root of everything was fate. In order to find the truth behind the progenitor's disappearance, the ancient gods had targeted the eternal race and betrayed the humans. They were willing to be controlled by the only true God to join the eternal race. How long did Senior Gu know that you were in Immemorial City? Lu Yin asked. The progenitor recalled. He was brought here by the Welcoming Mountain. Welcoming Mountain? Lu Yin was puzzled, but then he thought of something and blurted out, that tree that escaped. The progenitor laughed. It is very good at escaping. It is a tree that was planted in Immemorial City. It can guide the flames of Immemorial City and travel through various battlefields. Those who are fated can follow the tree to Immemorial City and preserve the human legacy. End of chapter. Chapter 3263. Once, De Chong followed the tree to Immemorial City. At that time there was already a battlefield in Immemorial City. The Eternals didn't seem to trust De Chong, so they didn't bring him here. They didn't know that De Chong was already here, and they met me and learned the truth. But it was too late. He was controlled by the Eternals and even I couldn't break free. Old Man Mu and the others couldn't either. He didn't want to break free, he wanted to find his destiny. Lu Yin understood. Senior Gu has always wanted to find out who harmed you. Whether it's the Eternals or your destiny, he wants to find them. The ancestor's eyes dimmed. I don't want him to find them. If he does, it'll be over. Destiny is the eternal realm. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the first time since he stepped into the cultivation world that he had truly learned that someone was at the eternal realm. It was also the first time he had learned that the eternal realm could be reached. Destiny, the eternal realm, was a realm that made people despair. Even the ancestor and Mr. Mu couldn't resist it and could only escape. Lu Yin didn't understand. It's impossible that Destiny doesn't know about Immemorial City, but why did it keep it? He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. The ancestor smiled. Keep us? Lu Yin fell silent. The ancestor was confused. I've thought about this for a long time, but I still can't find an answer. I thought that there would never be an answer, but your appearance gave me one. Lu Yin didn't understand. The primogenitor looked him in the eye. If the humans are defeated by the Eternals, this answer will disappear forever. However, if you can win and lead the humans forward, then fate will appear one day. Even if you want to kill us, you should at least let me know the answer, haha. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The ancestor's words were playful, but they were like the abyss of death that wanted to drag him down. It was as if he was saying that they would all die, and that he was working hard to get an answer. Juzi, are you afraid? The ancestor looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin took a deep breath. A little. Don't be afraid. If we die together. You won't be alone. The ancestor laughed. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Your hands are the burial garden and the Wang continent, right? The Wang continent. Oh, did the fifth mainland's Wang family get it? The ancestor seemed to only know this now. Lu Yin asked, 4 seals, how can I help you? Also, the 6 grains of inception dust are with me. I should return them to you as well as the ancestral sword. The primogenitor stopped him. Don't. Dying together is the end, but I don't want to face this end so soon. Once I recover my strength, fate will target me. Senior Wu Tian is also worried about being targeted by fate, which is why he's trapped himself in the eternal race's 3rd region of calamity, Lu Yin said. The primogenitor sighed. This child is too honest. Why is fate targeting him? He hasn't even reached the primordial realm, let alone overcome the calamity. However, from his perspective, he's not wrong. Fate has seen him before, and I understand that feeling. He's just worried about bringing the gaze of fate to the humans so that they won't even have a chance to resist. As a result, no matter how great of a price he has to pay, he's still trapped in the Eternals. Even if it's only a 1 in a billion chance, he still wants the humans to have the ability to resist. This is very similar to you, Zhu. When you first saw the Eternals' 6 zones of calamity and learned of their full strength, you also felt despair, right? But you still wanted to fight them. Lu Yin stared at the primogenitor, suddenly understanding what the primogenitor had meant. The pressure brought by fate was too great, and some words had to be spoken in a roundabout manner. Fate looks down on us and doesn't care about ants. However, the ants themselves have to do everything they can to avoid it. Even if there's a 1 in a billion chance of being seen, we're actually ants. The primogenitor smiled again. So don't even think about helping me recover my hands, and don't even think about giving me primogenitor. In our universe, I'm the only one most likely to reach the eternal realm. The others, like Eternal, Maiden, and the others, can't reach the eternal realm in the current universe. It's absolutely impossible. This is also why the Eternals want to destroy the sequence string and start the universe anew. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So that's how it is. The primogenitor was shocked. You actually guessed it beforehand? Impressive, Zhu. That's why you came in time. If you had come any later, I would have had no choice but to recover Burial Garden's hand and take the risk of being targeted by fate and even intervening in this war. You should know that once fate's attention is drawn to us, the humans will definitely lose this war. I can't take action until the very last moment. It's not that I can't recover. You must know that it's not that I can't recover. I'm very powerful, very powerful. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I know you're powerful, but there's something I want to ask. Do you think now is the time? Zhu, let's deal with the Eternals first. This is a rare opportunity. Once the dust settles, we can slowly talk about it until the end of time. Lu Yin felt an inexplicable chill. Slowly talk to the primogenitor? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Now was not the time to talk, and he already knew what he needed to know. He walked out of Immemorial City's underground and looked around the battlefield, silently counting. Fengbo was dead. He looked at the one true god and saw two seeds in front of him. The one who had killed Fengbo was Hongyan Mavis. Only Diqiong ruins, the undying god, and the witchling god had been revived because of the immortal technique. They could not die anymore. Lu Yin looked up and saw the mortal world appear. Above the stars, black dots appeared once again. They were spears made of earth that covered the sky. The primogenitor looked up with a solemn expression, but he was unusually calm. Opposite him, Chu Yi shouted, "De Chong, are you still not aware?" The primogenitor looked at Chu Yi. "The Eternals will not lose." Chu Yi was furious that the primogenitor had betrayed the humans and his master. The archer god, the forgotten ruins god, Diqiong, and the others all saw the earth spears that covered the sky above their heads. The more there was, the stronger the chilling intent. The witchling god's face paled. Who would have thought that the brat from back then would reach this level? How long had it been? Suppressing the entire battlefield with his own strength was nothing more than this. In the distance, the primogenitor held a bell that let out an earth-shattering sound. He headed toward the stars, wanting to destroy the earth spears. Mr. Mu was the first to block him. "Primogenitor, it's embarrassing to attack a junior." The primogenitor stared at Mr. Mu, no longer as smug as before. He had thought that Immemorial City would be destroyed, but the tables had turned so quickly. Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu stood opposite each other. The two women were the beautiful scenery on the battlefield. Ever since Zhang Yan joined the Bone Galleon, her opponent had always been Mu Zhu. When one of them appeared, the other would inevitably appear. It seems that this battlefield is about to end. Zhang Yan retracted her gaze and looked at the other side. "Mu Zhu, you and I are still undecided." Mu Zhu's aura was lonely and cold. "You are not from the Eternals. Where did you come from?" Zhang Yan smiled faintly. "What's the point? I will die here anyway." She pointed above her head. "Your young master has no intention of letting me go." As soon as she finished speaking, countless earth spears pierced down from above. The target was very clear. Apart from the four gods and primogenitor, all the other Eternals were within her attack range. Darkness enveloped the battlefield of Immemorial City. Black rain completely replaced the golden rain as it fell. The entire space was ripped apart, and even the void world struggled to form. This was the greatest power Lu Yin could unleash with the mortal world, enveloping the entire battlefield. Butterfly bore the brunt of the attack. Her opponents were the Desolate Ancestor and Xianxia. She might have been a primordial realm expert, but her presence on the battlefield was actually not that great. She did not possess great killing power, nor was she hated by the humans. Compared to the Eternals, not many people paid attention to her. However, to a certain extent, the protectors of the four directions were even more detestable than the Eternals. They were the fangs and claws of fate, the stumbling blocks that prevented the rise of the humans. They were the main culprits who wanted to replace the humans. Butterfly flapped her wings. Several dozen earth spears pierced down from above her head. The Desolate Ancestor grabbed Butterfly's wing and allowed her to create illusions. He did not move at all. Extreme matter backfires. Xianxia used her 8-star innate gift, directly grafting the Desolate Ancestor's extreme matter backfires onto herself. She grabbed Butterfly's other wing. Butterfly was startled as she forcefully endured the earth spears. Multicolored light flickered from her body, similar to human blood. The hell-suppressing arena appeared above the ancient god's head, blocking the earth spears. Wu Tian retreated, and a large area in front of him was torn apart by the earth spears. Bai Wuxian was here. Up until now, no one had seen Bai Wuxian's true body, but that was no longer important. Bai Wuxian could not turn the situation around. Her strength was not enough to completely block the earth spears. The earth spears were endless, and coupled with Wu Tian's primordial universe, Bai Wuxian's whitewater ancestral world was directly destroyed. Red spread through the void as her aura rapidly declined. In the end, her figure was revealed. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yin in the distance. This person was Luo Shen. Lu Yin surveyed the entire battlefield, and he was not surprised to see her. He had suspected her a long time ago, And the most suspicious point was how she had been able to pass through Jupiter to reach the astral tree realm. Jupiter was not a place that just anyone could enter. She was only a melder, so how could she have chased him to the astral tree realm? Even if she had gone to the astral tree realm, how could Lu Yin have coincidentally saved her? The probability of that happening was far too low. After that, Lu Yin had plotted to lure out Bai Wuxian and had ordered people to keep an eye on everyone, especially Luo Shen. However, she had not acted strangely and Bai Wuxian had still appeared. At that time Lu Yin had been shaken. After that, Luo Shen had not acted strangely. It could be said that aside from that one time on Jupiter, Lu Yin had not had a chance to suspect her. However, one time was enough. Although he had not been able to confirm that Luo Shen was Bai Wuxian, it was not surprising that he had found out in the end. Now that he thought about it, many things could be explained, such as Zirong. Back then, Zirong had wanted to absorb Bai Shui's innate gift, and this had been exposed because of Luo Shen. She had purposely allowed Zirong to expose this, which had led to Lu Yin's attempt to steal the bride. Chapter 3264. Actually, Zirong's corpse king transformation had been arranged by Goddess Luo, and everything had been under her control. Also, she had blocked the calamity for him and kept getting closer to him. Also, why did Feng Mo attack Madame Nalan when he was on Aegis? If he hadn't been on Aegis, Feng Mo would have succeeded. Goddess Luo must have been the mastermind behind all of this. Everything Hero Luo did was to get closer to him. On the distant battlefield, Lu Yin and Goddess Luo looked at each other. There was blood at the corner of Goddess Luo's mouth as she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated gaze. For a moment, Lu Yin couldn't understand that gaze. Did Goddess Luo really like him? How was that possible? She was Bai Wuxian and she had lived for a long time. How many times had they met? Lu Yin wasn't so narcissistic as to think that Bai Wuxian would fall in love with him. Everything was fake. The earth spear pierced through Goddess Luo's body and stabbed into the ground, causing blood to spurt out. She looked at Lu Yin and said something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched her body being pierced by dozens of earth spears. Lu Yin stood there in a daze. Goddess Luo's words had completely confused him. I know you're Long 7. You owe me a life. Long 7 was the fake name he had used the first time he had gone to the astral tree. At that time he had indeed encountered many dangers, such as the backside battlefield Dragon Mountain, and killing his way back to the fifth mainland. When had he owed her anything? Had Bai Wuxian ever helped him? At that time she had used Goddess Luo's identity to come to the astral tree through Jupiter to meet up with him, but had she been at Mount Supreme most of the time? When had she ever saved him? The black rain was still falling, constantly piercing through the immemorial battlefield. Bai Wuxian's death was just a small part of it. Corpse kings walked out of the bone galleys one after another, either killed by the ancestor giants or killed by the earth spears. Of the top 5 powerhouses on the bone galleys, Lu Yin killed a triangular-faced one. That long-legged creature had been enveloped by rune lines that constantly erased its body, but the rune lines weren't the symbol progenitors. They were just remnants of its power, so it was impossible to kill it. The earth spear pierced through the creature's head and killed it. The arrow god managed to block the earth spear, but he couldn't block Yi Rou's attack. Abandoned Path was surrounded by Su Wangtian and was slapped on the head by Su Wangtian's slipper. He had no choice but to use his innate skill to escape death. Yi Rou and Abandoned Path hastily chased after him. Su Wangtian didn't know about the arrow god's innate gift, so he was one step slower than Lu Yin. The spear of soil shot out towards the arrow god, drowning him in a rain of black spears. Muji's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the wheel of life and death. He didn't even look up. Spin, spin, spin. In the next moment the spear of soil descended. Not far away, Wang Xiaoyu stared blankly at the earth spear falling from above her head. Was she going to die? Lu Yin looked at Wang Xiaoyu. Various signs indicated that she had not betrayed the humans, but if he did not act against her, the Eternals would notice. The best way is to. Progenitor Qin appeared beside Wang Xiaoyu and grabbed her by the waist. He then slammed his palm into the air and knocked the soil spear away. His body was pressed down by the impact and he turned to look at Lu Yin. Master Lu, let her go. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. She's the main culprit behind the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. She's the greatest redback in the history of the 5th mainland. If I let her go, how am I supposed to answer to my deceased ancestors? How many people died in that battle? The rune ancestor died in that battle and all that's left are the remaining rune lines. Progenitor Qin took a deep breath. She didn't betray us. The Eternals used her to incite the war. I'll pay the price of that war. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Progenitor Qin protecting her was the best solution, and it was up to Wang Xiaoyu to reveal her identity. In Progenitor Qin's embrace, Wang Xiaoyu slammed her palm against his chest and left his embrace. He stared at her blankly. He trusted Wang Xiaoyu for no reason other than trust. There was no need to investigate. Wang Xiaoyu slowly retreated towards the Black Mother Tree. Suddenly, the Forgotten Ruins god swept past and brought her towards the tree. Progenitor Qin did not chase after them and simply watched. The Forgotten Ruins god looked back at Progenitor Qin. Xiaoshang Xiaoyu is a member of the Wang family. The wound you left on my face is destined to never return to her. Heh. In the distance Lu Yin frowned. How could the Forgotten Ruins god escape from the mortal realm's assassination? He looked in a certain direction where the Forgotten Ruins god and forefather Tianyi had been fighting. At this moment Lu Tianyi looked at his own hands and fell into a daze. He did not know how the Forgotten Ruins god had escaped. The Forgotten Ruins god was one of the 7 sky gods who had revealed her identity the earliest. Logically speaking, her strength should have been exposed long ago, and Lu Tianyi should have been able to suppress her completely. With the Earth Spear, killing her would not have been a problem, but why was she unscathed? Not only had she escaped from Lu Tianyi and the Earth Spear, but she had also silently approached Progenitor Qin and taken Wang Xiaoyu away. This should not be the Forgotten Ruins god's strength. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the Forgotten Ruins god's words. The wound that Progenitor Qin had left on her face should have been caused by that flower. Did Progenitor Qin want to kill her? Of course he did, but the Forgotten Ruins god was still alive, and only a flower had been left on her face. This meant that Progenitor Qin had not been able to kill her. What kind of strength did Progenitor Qin possess? Every era had its own supreme powerhouses. In the ancient era of the Above Heaven sect, the primogenitors, the 3 realms and the 6 Daos represented the supreme powerhouses. In the modern Daoist sect era, 9 mountains and 8 seas was just a title, and such a title was not considered the strongest in the Above Heaven sect era. However, Progenitor Qin and Desolate Ancestor were different, as they represented the peak of the Daoist sect era's power. Desolate Ancestor had killed his way into Calamity Zone and faced the one true god without dying. Progenitor Qin was confident that he could create a battle technique that could face off against the one true god, and he could obliterate Desolate Ancestor with a single palm strike. They were all absolute powerhouses. Even so, Progenitor Qin had not been able to kill the Forgotten Ruins god. They had clearly underestimated the Forgotten Ruins god, as this woman had never truly exerted herself. In other words, she had an extremely powerful life-saving ability. However, even if they went to the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yuan was still blocking their path. Atop the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yuan looked at the battlefield as the Forgotten Ruins god brought Wang Xiaoyu over. In another direction, Zhang Yan was also heading over. The ancient god and primordial eccentric were also present. Even further away, Desolate Ancestor and Zhelon Zhilua were still holding Butterfly back. Currently, the Everlasting Race only had a few powerhouses left on the battlefield. There was also a dog. The one true god opened his eyes, and the golden 6 paths of reincarnation realm flowed with brilliance. It looked beautiful, but to him it was a cage. This cage not only trapped him, but it also trapped the entire Everlasting Race. Under the current circumstances, if there were no accidents, no one other than him would be able to survive. There were too many human powerhouses. As he thought of this, he stood up. Lu Yuan stood up at the same time and stared at the one true god. The one true god did not even look at Lu Yuan. He and Lu Yuan were both in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and he was enveloped by the true god sky switching technique. If not for this technique, he would not have been able to withstand the attacks of the human powerhouses. Everlasting, you have lost. It's better to fight fair and square than cower like a turtle. Lu Yuan was alert. The one true god's mouth was bleeding. If not for Tai Hong, you would have lost long ago. The outcome is not decided yet. There's no need to rush to a conclusion. He looked past Lu Yuan at the Undying God Ruins Di Qiong and the Witcher Spirit God. In front of his forehead, 2 seeds of the true god's immortal technique floated. The Undying God and the others all looked at the one true god. Then they exploded. Boom. The void trembled and endless cracks spread out in all directions, one after another. The power of the seven sky gods' self-destruction almost overturned the battlefield, and even the rain of black soil spears was stopped. Lu Yin was shocked. Not good. The seeds flew toward the one true god. Would God, Void Master, and the others wanted to stop them, but the seeds passed through their hands and flew through the void. Lu Yin used the reverse step and instantly appeared in front of one of the seeds. He reached out to grab it, but the seed also passed through his hand as if it was not solid. Lu Yin punched out and a terrifying power shattered the void and directly punched out of the primordial universe. This was the destructive power of the three realms' 6 Daoists, which was enough to reach the primordial realm. However, this punch still failed to leave behind a seed. The seed was not solid at all, but a projection of the one true god's power. The seeds appeared before the one true god. Lu Yuan also tried to stop them, but it was useless. The 6 seeds floated before the one true god and then imprinted themselves on his forehead. At the center of his forehead, the image of 6 seeds was engraved. At that moment, the golden 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly shrank and swept past Lu Yuan. In the end, it was like a golden coat that covered the one true god's body. The 6 paths of reincarnation could not restrict the one true god's power to a greater extent. This was already the limit of what it could do. Fortunately, the one true god was still unable to break through the 6 paths of reincarnation. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation existed, his power would be restricted, and he would not be able to truly fight. Lu Yuan threw a palm strike at the one true god. The palm strike passed through the 6 paths of reincarnation, but it was still obstructed by the true god heaven switching technique. The one true god's body was the true god heaven switching technique, which was used to block external attacks. The second layer was the 6 paths of reincarnation, which trapped his power. Enveloped in red and golden light, he slowly raised his head and swept past Lu Yuan with a single step, appearing beside the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu. Let's go. The one true god gave up on the Black Mother Tree. The Black Mother Tree was blocked by Xu Wang and the Power Beast. It was impossible for him to take it away with his current strength, so he could only give up. This battle had clearly started because of the Black Mother Tree. The one true god's actions were equivalent to him being forced into a corner. He had truly reached his limit. The Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu were carried by the one true god. They traversed the battlefield like it was flat ground. Everyone attacked them together. The Eternals died one after another. There were far too many human experts, but none of them were able to hit the one true god. It was like he was walking on time, allowing everyone to attack him without any hindrance. Lu Yin stepped forward to parallel time. The one true god walked in front of him without being affected at all. Lu Yin's understanding of time was far inferior to the one true god's. The one true god appeared beside the butterfly, knocking the desolate ancestor back and taking the butterfly away. He appeared beside Zhang Yan. Mu Zhu attacked, but it was difficult to shake him. He disappeared in an instant. He appeared beside the ancient god and looked at Chu Yi, passing by like a phantom. He appeared beside Black Wuxian and black lines wrapped around him before he disappeared. Chapter 3265. No one could stop the sole true god, and he led the remaining Eternals to the bone boat. At this moment the bone boat was being held back by the ancestor of giants, while Limitless was on the other side. The sole true god led the ancient god and the others onto the bone boat. The ancestor of giants slapped down, but it was like nothing had happened. What kind of power was that? The sole true god had clearly been restricted, or else he would have been able to dominate the battlefield with his sword alone. Even so, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. You don't seem to understand that the immortal art of the true god does not make others immortal. It makes me immortal. The sole true god stood on the bone boat, facing the entire immemorial city battlefield. Seeds appeared on his forehead once more, transforming into the undying god and the others. The 6 dead powerhouses reappeared. To Lu Yin and the others, it was useless even if they were revived. The Eternals would definitely be defeated in Immemorial City, but the sole true god was not stupid. What the humans could see, he could see even more. Fengbua and the others had been revived a second time, but not for battle. Instead, they had done something that no one could understand. They had used their own strength to pierce through the void. Lu Yin did not understand, but he knew that he had to stop them. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi and the others all attacked the bone boat. Tengu appeared, and its body suddenly expanded until it was about the same size as the bone boat. It howled at the sky. Many attacks landed on Tengu's body, and although its expression was pained, it still managed to hold on. Corpse kings appeared outside the bone boat and unleashed attacks that pierced through the void. Gradually a familiar building appeared. Lu Yin looked at the bone boat and his eyes trembled. Was that unlimited power? Undying God who had been resurrected from the dead, had joined forces with the corpse king who had walked out of the bone galleon. Together they had constructed a sourcebox array. Unlimited power. Unlimited power was the sourcebox array that the Fifth Mainland had used to resist the Eternal's invasion. It had come from the Hui ancestor, and it had helped the Fifth Mainland block the Eternals for countless years. No one had expected that the Eternals would eventually learn unlimited power and use it to block the bone boat. Tengu howled as its body shrank and was thrown into the bone boat. At this point, unlimited power had completely taken shape and enveloped the bone boat, making it much smaller. The one true God clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield in Primeval City. Huiwen's infinite kinetic energy has blocked us, but it's not like we haven't done anything over the years. We've tested it time and time again and finally figured out the composition of infinite kinetic energy. Lu Yin recalled what had happened in the top realm. The corpse god had attacked the entire cosmic tree realm. Many half-progenitors and even progenitors had poured endless amounts of astral sources into the cosmic tree realm to resist the Eternals. Back then he had been suspicious. The Eternals clearly knew that it was useless to do so. Otherwise they would have broken through infinite power long ago. Why did they still do it? Only now did he understand that the Eternals were trying to figure out the composition of the infinite kinetic energy. The fact that the infinite kinetic energy could help humans resist the invasion of the Eternals showed how powerful it was. At this moment, the infinite kinetic energy constructed by the seven sky gods and the corpse kings in the bone boat, who could fight against the immemorial city, must be far more powerful than the one in the starry sky tree. They were not on the same level. Beneath immemorial city, the flames were absorbed into progenitor Chen's palm, and he slammed his palm into the limitless power source box array formed by the Eternals experts. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy had 5 array bases, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them also had 5 array bases: Ruins, Emperor's Dome, Undying God, Sorcerer God, and Windmaster. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy was built on the mother tree, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them was built on the corpse god's body. The Eternals' corpse kings walked on top of the array bases and faced the outside of the bone boat. Outside the infinite kinetic energy, a barrier formed by the combined power of all the Eternals' experts appeared. It was similar to the barrier that separated the battlefield behind the cosmic tree realm from the top realm. No matter how one looked at it, aside from the difference in power and size, there was no difference in the infinite kinetic energy. The difference in power was the biggest difference. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy barrier could at most prevent those from the top realm from seeing the battlefield behind it, and it also blocked out divine power. However, the infinite kinetic energy barrier in front of them had been able to withstand progenitor Chen's palm without being damaged. This infinite kinetic energy barrier had absorbed the power of all the Eternals' experts, and the infinite kinetic energy source box array converged and circulated. Just as its name implied, the infinite kinetic energy was a single entity. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi and the others all attacked together. They used the power of the giant ancestor Hongyan Mavis and Lu Yin. None of the human experts could break through the barrier. There were many human experts, but it was impossible for them to form a single entity. They were all scattered and they were at a disadvantage against the infinite kinetic energy. Who invented this source box array? The flow of power is endless and natural. The giant ancestor bitterly slammed his palm against the bone boat, but his attacks were all blocked by the infinite kinetic energy. At most, the giant ancestor's attacks only caused ripples. The giant ancestor's own strength formed a counterforce that pushed the bone boat even further away. Lu Yin frowned. At this moment he finally understood what it felt like to be progenitor Hui's enemy. The feeling of being targeted by progenitor Hui's wisdom was very unpleasant. It could be said that the humans had been able to turn the tables in this war thanks to progenitor Hui. Lu Yin had also been able to reach this point because of progenitor Hui. The humans were very fortunate to have progenitor Hui. He walked in front of Lu Yuan and the others, and the starry sky in his heart spread out to encompass the bone boat, boundless, and even immemorial city. He looked at the Eternal's experts and the true God on the bone boat. He wanted to see if the infinite kinetic energy or the sky palace was more powerful. Both of them had an endless amount of power. At that moment, a bell rang and shook immemorial city. Lu Yin felt like his head had been hit by a stick and he almost fainted. He wasn't the only one. Nearly half of the human experts on the battlefield fainted as well. In the distance, above immemorial city, Primordial Fiend coughed up blood. In front of him, Mr. Mu stepped on a bell that emitted a cracking sound. That bell had been a mournful wail. Primordial Fiend had been unable to withstand Mr. Mu's attacks and had been heavily injured. He didn't even care about the bell that was about to shatter as he turned and fled. Mr. Mu hurriedly chased after him. If Primordial Fiend had been allowed to escape, it would have been a disaster in the future. Primordial Fiend was an absolute powerhouse on this battlefield, second only to the true God. Not just anyone could fight against Mr. Mu. Even the protectors of the four directions were treated like trash by Mr. Mu, and he hadn't even spared Butterfly Tianan a single glance. Primordial Fiend's bell was about to shatter, and the final boom shook immemorial city, causing Lu Yin's mind to go blank. It was at that moment that the bone boat fled. By the time Lu Yin came back to his senses, the bone boat was nowhere to be seen. Primordial Fiend and Mr. Mu had both disappeared. The battlefield of immemorial city fell silent. Everyone stared at the empty sky as their hearts sank. They had disappeared. The bone boat had disappeared. The Eternals still had so many experts left, so they hadn't lost at all. As long as they existed, the humans would have to live in fear. Now that they had broken free from the colossal Eternals, the remaining experts might pose an even greater threat to the humans. Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. They had clearly fought to such a state, so why should the Eternals escape? Immemorial City, Burial Garden above heaven. What were the sacrifices of the cultivators? What were the sacrifices of the Grand Empyreans? No, he couldn't let them escape. Lu Yuan went up. Xiaoqi, you've done your best. With the bone boat fleeing and its unlimited power, even Lu Yuan, Chu Yi, and the other primordial realm experts could not see any hope of catching up to them. Even if they did, they would not be able to do anything to them. Many people could accept this result. After all, Immemorial City had been on the verge of destruction not too long ago. Now the Eternals had lost quite a number of experts, and even the Black Mother Tree had been left behind. Lu Yin could not accept this. The era of the above heaven had been destroyed. The human experts had endured hardships and gone through life and death situations to gain an advantage, but this was the outcome. To the one true God there was no loss at all. They had wasted the ancestor Hui's plans, sacrificed the Grand Empyreans, and the 6 paths of reincarnation world would disappear one day. As long as he did not die, all the losses could be made up with time. This was something Lu Yin could not accept no matter what. Wait time. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. He growled, "Why didn't the founding ancestor tell me to reverse the river of time?" Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Xiaoqi, what are you trying to do? Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan. I'm going to break through to ancestor. Lu Yuan was stunned. Break through to ancestor? Lu Yin had 4 inner worlds and 3 of them had already broken through to ancestor. There was only one left and it involved the power of time. You want to use light to reverse the river of time? You can't do that. Xiaoqi, master's words always make sense. You can't reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky. Eternal immortality makes my heart uneasy. This is a heart demon. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. A heart demon was an abstract term, but to cultivators, it was a disaster. Once a cultivator had a heart demon, they would have to bear the calamity brought about by it. Why did so many cultivators not dare to break their vows? It was because they could not control the heart demons that came from breaking their vows. Although the heart demons were formless and did not exist from external forces, it was still a denial of oneself. The denial of others could not compare to the denial of oneself. If one denied oneself, how could one break through? Fertile Earth, his path is different from ours, Wu Tian reminded. Hongyan, Mavis, Jialan Zhuo, Chu Yi, and the others all looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at the underground of Immemorial City. Master, Zhuzi wants to reverse the river of time. There was no reply. The founding ancestor had fallen silent. This silence might have been good or bad. No one could say for sure. Or perhaps the founding ancestor knew that he could not stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled and a ray of light appeared, turning into a small boat that headed for the stars. It was time for all of his inner worlds to break through to ancestor worlds. The 4 ancestor worlds had broken through one by one, and each breakthrough had brought about a transformation. Lu Yin did not know if the transformation of flowing light would really allow him to reverse the river of time. Logically speaking, Lu Yuan had wanted to reverse the river of time to save his son during the above heaven era, but he had been stopped by the founding ancestor. At that time, Lu Yuan's strength had been about the same as Lu Yin's current strength. Even without flowing light, Lu Yin should have been able to reverse the river of time. However, Lu Yin had never tried it before and he did not know what to do. The time between each breakthrough was too short, so he could not clearly recognize his own strength. Breaking through to Flowing Light's ancestor world was the safest method. Chapter 3266. I'll reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan suddenly extended his hand towards the sky. Grayness flowed around him. It was the power of time. Lu Yin looked back with a resolute gaze. Ancestor, this is my inner demon. Lu Yuan was stunned and stared at Lu Yin blankly. Lu Tiany's voice rang out. Ancestor, let little Seven do it. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and slowly withdrew his hand, causing the grayness to dissipate. Lu Yin looked away. At this moment the grayness covered the sky like smoke. Everyone's attention was drawn to the phenomenon as they looked up, not knowing what would appear. Breaking through to the progenitor realm was not a big deal to those who were qualified to participate in the ancient battlefield. Which one of them was not a progenitor? Ordinary progenitors did not have the right to set foot on this battlefield. However, Lu Yin was different. He had broken through to the progenitor realm, and even the primordial realm did not know what would happen. Every time Lu Yin broke through, the universe would be shaken. The grayness grew lower and lower. Lu Yin stared at the grayness as if he could see the time when the mirage domain had turned into fog. This grayness might be similar to time, but it appeared gray in the universe. The river surged and everyone could hear the sound of flowing water. In the universe, in the ancient battlefield, where would a river come from? The river of time, someone cried out. Everyone looked up. They could not see the source of the grayness, but they could see the flowing river surging over from afar. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. Yes, it should be the river of time. How could the power of time avoid it? He wanted to reverse the river of time, but it had already appeared. The small boat formed from flowing light circled around Lu Yin as he looked at the surging river of time. As long as he rolled 4 pips, he would be able to avoid it, just like breaking through his inner world. However, it was different now. Once he avoided it, he would fail. The river of time drew closer and closer. Falling into the river of time would result in a tragic outcome. Even if Fengbo died, he would not be willing to fall into the river of time. Big Sis had fallen into the river of time, and her luck was already very good. She had only lost her cultivation and memories. However, the probability of this luck happening was extremely low. Lu Yin faced the river of time and casually waved his hand, causing the small boat that had been formed from a stream of light to head towards the river. Everyone watched anxiously as the boat touched the river of time, and it almost capsized. Lu Yuan and the others felt as if their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, it managed to hold on. The small boat of flowing light hovered in the long river of time with great difficulty. It didn't go down with the current, but it also couldn't go against the current. It just stopped where it was, bobbing up and down as if it could be overturned at any time. Lu Yin stared intently at this scene, and the waves in the river of time grew increasingly turbulent. This could not continue, or else Lu Guang would be overturned sooner or later. He took a step forward and, under everyone's shocked gazes, stepped into the small boat of flowing light. He was like a fisherman sailing in the sea with difficulty. This scene caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Once Flowing Light's boat was overturned, Lu Yin would fall into the river of time. That was the river of time, and no one could guarantee that Lu Yin would not appear again. Even if he did, what would he look like? There were no more enemies in the primordial ancient city battlefield. Everyone looked at this scene and nervously held their breaths. Lu Yin stood in Lu Guang's boat, moving up and down along with the river of time. His feet moved as he used reverse step to parallel time. The reason why Lu Guang had been able to transform into a small boat was because he had fished in the river of time in the mirage domain. He had swallowed a lot of time that did not belong to the river of time, and it had gradually become stronger. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that the small boat was undergoing a calamity, it could easily be overturned. The only way Lu Yin could think of was to continue strengthening the small boat, and the way to strengthen the small boat was to create time that did not belong to the river of time. He stood on Lu Guang's small boat, and the river of time flowed under the small boat. Once a time that did not belong to the river of time appeared, the small boat would be the first to come into contact with it. It would not be submerged in the river of time, so there was no need to fish. Lu Yin's guess was correct. As reverse steps sped up, Lu Guang's small boat did indeed become slightly more stable. However, this was definitely not enough, far from enough. Back in the Mirage domain, Lu Guang's small boat had swallowed the most time power from Fenghua, so reverse step was insignificant. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, swaying time brought by the time-withering wood. In the distance, the desolate ancestor was astonished. That was his own time-withering wood. This kid had cultivated so much power, but even the time-withering wood could not stabilize that small boat. What was he going to do? The Azure Sky Palace appeared. This technique's greatest benefit was that its power would not dissipate. Lu Yin swayed the time-withering wood while stepping on reverse step, continuously creating time that did not belong to the river of time. He did not intend to let Lu Guang's small boat devour it, as that would be the end of it. Instead, he kept pacing back and forth between Lu Guang's small boat and the starry sky in his heart. As long as he was fast enough, he could fill up the entire starry sky in his heart with time that did not belong to the river of time. Lu Guang's small boat gradually stabilized. Only a small part of the river of time flowed out. Although it was thrilling, Lu Guang's small boat eventually managed to withstand the waves of the river of time. As he watched the river of time disappear into the starry sky, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous. If Lu Yin did not have the Azure Sky Palace to stop the flow of time, he would not have been able to support Lu Guang's small boat. Whether or not it would have been overturned in the end would have been up to fate. Of the 4 inner worlds breaking through to Progenitor Realm, it seemed that the easiest one was actually an infinite inner world. Although Lu Yin had encountered the Power Beast and Su Wang, the others could still hold them back. The other 3 inner worlds were filled with danger. Everyone was worried for Lu Yin. The power of time was the most mysterious, and it was rare for someone to break through to Progenitor Realm using time. Although many powerhouses could touch the power of time after reaching a certain level, there was a fundamental difference between them and Lu Yin. Now, everyone was curious as to what would happen after Lu Guang's small boat broke through to Progenitor Realm. Lu Yin was just as curious. He stared at Lu Guang's small boat. Lu Guang watched as Lu Guang's small boat slowly solidified. Its shape did not change, but it was no longer spatial. Instead, it looked more like some kind of material. Its hull was gray. Lu Yin raised his hand and Lu Guang's small boat shrank and instantly appeared in his palm. It was heavy. He looked at Lu Guang's small boat in astonishment. This weight gave him a strange feeling. It was heavy but not heavy at the same time. It did not seem to have any weight on his body, but it felt like it should be very, very heavy. What was going on? Extremely heavy, suppressing time. The progenitor's voice resounded throughout Primeval City. Everyone looked at the bottom of Primeval City. The progenitor looked up at the small boat in Lu Yin's hand. Those who comprehend the laws of the sequence cannot reverse the river of time. Otherwise, karma will be difficult. Those who transcend the progenitor realm cannot reverse the river of time even more. Otherwise, they will fall directly into the progenitor realm. Fertile Earth, Qi, you should be able to sense it. Lu Yuan frowned. He had already sensed it. He wanted to reverse the river of time for Lu Yin, but the moment the gray color appeared, his realm became unstable. However, this was not the reason why he had stopped. Even if he fell into the progenitor realm, he would rather do it for Lu Yin. Progenitor Jr. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It is not one of the two, Lu Yin said. The progenitor sighed. Yes, so you are free. Everyone was stunned. So that was the case. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Master, Little Seven can reverse the river of time? The progenitor said, yes, but it will still stack karma. The consequences will not be as severe as yours. I do not recommend Zhu Zi to reverse the river of time, but his progenitor realm does not need to do so. He can just cross it. Going against the current is different from crossing it. Yuzi, you can do it. Luyin was overjoyed. Crossing the river of time was the ability of flowing light after its transformation. He had really done it. When flowing light had transformed into the shape of a boat, he had thought that one day flowing light would bring him against the river of time. Today he had really done it. Although it was just crossing it, in his opinion, crossing it was not much different from going against the current. He ignored the fact that the progenitor had called him Zhou Xian. Just as he was about to try crossing the river of time with the boat, a rumble resounded through the battlefield. The void split open and a familiar starry sky appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. Was that the primordial space? Boundless astral sources poured in, covering the sky like the gray color from before. Lu Yin was confused. What was happening? An even more familiar scene appeared above his head. A tribulation origin black hole. Everyone was stunned. Origin tribulation? Didn't he successfully break into the progenitor realm? Why is there still an origin tribulation? Is that the primordial space's tribulation origin? What's going on, progenitor? Master? Beneath primordial city, the progenitor looked up and met everyone's gazes. He said naturally, Zhu Zi is about to break into the progenitor realm. Lu Yin wanted to curse. He had already broken into the progenitor realm, so how could there be another one? Could it be? He looked down at his heart. There was another one here. He had forgotten that the starry sky in his heart was not an inner world, and he had never broken into an inner world before. That was why he had thought that this place would not break into the progenitor realm. However, the appearance of a tribulation origin black hole had shattered his understanding. Had he overlooked this? The starry sky in his heart was shaped by black and white fog, and astral sources were the shell. If he wanted to break into the progenitor realm, then it would indeed attract the progenitor realm's tribulation origin. But this was too exaggerated. It had directly attracted the primordial space. Everyone retreat. Hongyan Mavis shouted. No matter what the reason was, now that a tribulation origin black hole had appeared, they did not want to be involved. Anyone who understood the primordial space's tribulation origin retreated faster than anyone else. They all looked at Lu Yin in shock. Since ancient times he was the only one who had broken into the progenitor realm 5 times. The progenitor praised. Others break into the progenitor realm in the primordial space. Zhu Zi, you broke into the progenitor realm, so the primordial space came for you. Lu Yin felt bitter. He did not want the primordial space to come for him. He was completely unprepared. Speaking of which, how could he break into the progenitor realm now? What power did he have to break through? Release the starry sky in his heart? The progenitor realm is an achievement that cultivators reach in their lifetime. Humans need to reach perfection. No matter how many paths you walk or how much power you cultivate, you can't escape perfection. Lu Yin's eyes moved. Perfection, perfection. He looked at the ground beneath primordial city and met the progenitor's gaze. In an instant the Milky Way flowed and powerhouses appeared in his mind. The progenitor, Mr. Mu Taihong, the one true God, the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the 3 powers and the 6 seas. These powerhouses flashed through his mind one by one. Each of them could walk a different path, but in the end they all walked the same path. End of chapter. Chapter 3267. It was impossible for a person to walk 2 paths at the same time. He had broken through 4 ancestral worlds and walked 4 paths. But that didn't mean that he had walked all 4 paths at the same time. Instead, he had walked all 4 paths, and in the end the 4 paths would converge to form the only path he had to walk. He understood, and he also understood. No wonder there were no anomalies when he broke through the 4 ancestral worlds. Logically speaking, when breaking through to the Explorer realm, Enlighter realm and Envoy's realm, anomalies would appear, so it was impossible for there to be no anomalies when breaking through to the progenitor realm. It was only now that he understood that the 4 ancestral worlds were just 4 stages of his process of breaking through into Ancestor Realm. Now he was truly breaking through into Ancestor Realm. Breaking through the Ancestor Realm involved killing tribulations and inquiring about one's heart. The final step was to change the heavens. Mortal world ancestral destruction, the superposition of parallel spacetime, was equivalent to suppressing the heavens. Unlimited Ancestral Breaker, Strength Beast, and Huan Wang's group of astral beasts were all killing tribulations. Ancestral Shattering Flowing Light, the rise and fall of the river of time, that was also a killing tribulation. The wordless heavenly scripture was a test of one's heart. He had experienced the sky suppression, the killing calamity, and the heart questioning. What was next was heaven changing. When others changed the heavens, that was after they had broken into Ancestor Ascension. But when he changed the heavens, he chose to break into Ancestor Ascension all over again. His path was the main path, and he had to use that main path to break through into the Ancestor realm. Only then would he truly be in the Ancestor realm. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. A long time ago he had thought that it would be very difficult for him to break through to Ancestral Soul, but he had never thought that it would be this difficult. Others had to go through it once, but he had already gone through it 4 times, and he still had to go through it all over again. This was his path to the Ancestor realm. When he was a half-martial ancestor, he was already able to fight against the 3 powerhouses and the 6 boundless gods. What kind of result he obtained, he would have to bear what kind of cause. His path to becoming an ancestor was even more difficult than breaking through to the primordial realm. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. This was an origin tribulation that had been drawn from the starry sky in his heart. After all, he had an astral source as his shell, so it was normal for an origin tribulation to occur. Since the progenitor's origin tribulation was about to descend, he would not shrink back. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold as the mortal world descended from his forehead to the starry sky above his heart. At the same time, flowing light, limitless, and the wordless heavenly tome descended while the starry sky above his heart rose. It was an indescribable feeling. At this moment, everything that he had grasped had converged into one, as if all the tributaries had converged into a river. In the past, his hands were his hands and his feet were his feet. His entire body was as inflexible as a marionette. But at this moment he had an additional brain. His hands, feet, and every other part of his body could be used in an instant, just like a real person. In the starry sky at the heart, the mortal world descended and expanded endlessly, forming a land beneath the stars. This land was incomparably vast and unimaginable, and it even encompassed the land formed by the Fates. And the streamer boat drifted in the stellar origin ocean above the land, slowly rising and falling. The lines of unbounded ancestors' world shuttled through the starry sky, transforming into light, wind, and celestial bodies. The wordless heavenly book became the most dazzling sun, illuminating the entire starry sky in the heart. An unprecedented feeling of comfort came over him, and he couldn't help but shout. He looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. "Come, let me see what kind of calamity you've brought." The dark starry sky trembled as the tribulation origin black hole tore apart the void, forming a world of nothingness. The primordial space was connected to Immemorial City's starry sky. Not only could the people in Immemorial City see the primordial space, but they could also see the 5th mainland and the parallel spacetime that was connected to the primordial space. Countless people in the primordial space could also see Immemorial City. Once upon a time, Immemorial City had been extremely unfamiliar with the primordial space. At that time, there hadn't even been a progenitor in the primordial space. Now countless people looked up and saw Immemorial City. They saw the powerhouses who were fighting for humanity, the flames that burned countless human heroes, and Lu Yin, who was directly facing the tribulation origin black hole. Countless people in Immemorial City, the primordial space, and the universe's starry sky saw this scene. Lu Yin couldn't see them as there was nothing in his eyes besides the tribulation origin black hole. Breaking through to progenitor was the most difficult thing in his mind, and he wanted to see what the Starsource universe could use to stop him. Before breaking through to progenitor, was there anyone in the Starsource universe who could match him? Was there anyone who could stop his celestial bodies? Lu Yin suddenly thought of the progenitor and smiled. The progenitor had created the Starsource universe, which meant that the Starsource universe had only appeared after the progenitor had broken through. How could the progenitor be lured out before he broke through? It couldn't be the progenitor. If it wasn't the progenitor, then could it be? At that moment, a figure emerged from the tribulation origin black hole and slowly descended. Lu Yin looked at the figure. Who was it? Who could give the Starsource universe the confidence to stop him before breaking through to progenitor realm? Was there such a powerhouse in the primordial space? He wasn't the only one who was curious, as even the progenitor didn't understand. It shouldn't be. At this level, no one except him could stop the pillar. It was impossible, as he understood the primordial space too well. Even when he was in Immemorial City, Old Man Mu had also roamed the universe's starry sky. If there was such a person, he should have mentioned it. There's more? There was more than one figure. A second figure slowly descended, followed by a third, fourth, fifth, and finally a ninth figure. 8 figures with no faces slowly descended from the tribulation origin black hole in a circle, finally surrounding Lu Yin. There was also a figure that wasn't human but rather a beast. Everyone stared at this scene. 8 humanoid tribulation origin and 1 beast-shaped tribulation origin? Since ancient times, there had never been so many figures that had appeared to stop a tribulation origin. This wasn't just a matter oh fuck, this is too disgusting. That's us, Lu Yuan cursed. Chu Yi exclaimed, it's actually us, all of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Does the tribulation origin think that only we can stop him from breaking through? Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Speaking of which, have the 9 of us ever worked together before? Never. Even when facing Master we didn't work together. Jialan Jilua's expression turned ugly. This was a matter of dignity. They were the 3 realms and 6 paths. In the above heaven era, they were invincible powerhouses that had long since become legends. But now, the 9 of them were working together to deal with a junior. Wu Tian sighed. In human history, no matter if it's the past or the future, only Pillar has the chance to fight all 9 of us at once. I really want to see if the 9 of us can stop him from breaking through. I want him to succeed, but I also don't want him to succeed, Jialan Jilua said. Chu Yi smiled. Success is a good thing. We have lived for so long, there should be someone who can surpass us. Around them, many people looked at them with strange gazes. The 3 realms and 6 paths, whether in the origin space or the various parallel universes of the universe, everyone who had heard of them knew that they were legends. Any one of them was a legend, and any one of them was enough to change history. 9 of them working together. This scene could not even be described as a legend. It was a myth. Under the ancient city, the ancestor was also stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. I understand now. I see. Mr. Mu returned and saw this scene. I didn't expect that the 3 realms and 6 paths would besiege my disciple one day. Tai Chu, what are you laughing at? The ancestor looked at Mr. Mu. Where's primordial origin? He ran away. Old man Mu, I've said that you are useless in this life except for taking Pillar as your disciple. You actually let him run away. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. What do you understand? The ancestor laughed so hard that he almost spat out the string of the sequence. I created the origin tribulation in the origin space. I know it too well, so I know why it attracted my disciples. Because Pillar cultivated the Azure Heavenly Palace. Mr. Mu was surprised. He cultivated the Azure Heavenly Palace. Yes, the test I gave my disciples was to create the Azure Heavenly Palace. Pillar merged the Azure Heavenly Palace with the starry sky in his heart. In the eyes of the origin tribulation, his most powerful force was the Azure Heavenly Palace. Think about it, my disciples could only complete their apprenticeship after creating the Azure Heavenly Palace. Do you think the origin tribulation would attract them? In its eyes, any one of my disciples could create the Azure Heavenly Palace and stop Pillar from breaking through. The reason why 9 of them appeared at once was because Pillar's stellar source was too majestic. The starry sky in his heart was also very strange. Just in case 9 of them were attracted. But when they created the Azure Heavenly Palace, they were already in the progenitor realm. Mr. Mu was puzzled. The ancestor said, they were in the progenitor realm, but for the origin tribulation the realm is not important. As long as they can create the Azure Heavenly Palace, they are qualified to stop Pillar at this moment. Also, he paused, Pillar already has an ancestral world. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. Lu Yin looked around. The 3 realms 6 paths were really ruthless. In order to stop him from breaking through the ancestral world, they had dragged the 3 realms 6 paths in. This should be the most powerful origin tribulation since ancient times. Who dared to say that they could break through the encirclement of the 3 realms 6 paths? Even the Eternals had besieged the 3 realms 6 paths one by one. If the 3 realms 6 paths had joined forces, the outcome would have been different. Lu Yin had created a precedent. And for the 3 realms 6 paths, it made up for their regrets. The legends of the past and the legends of the present. Everyone wanted to know how powerful the 3 realms 6 paths would be if they joined forces, including Lu Yin. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin made his move. 9 spears of earth flew toward the 3 realms 6 paths. The 3 realms 6 paths acted at the same time, each using a different power to block the earth spears. The earth spears were a threat to the 7 sky gods. This time the Eternals were unable to recover from the setback and killed one expert after another. Lu Yin used this to test the 3 realm 6 paths. None of them succeeded and all of them were knocked down. And this fact made Lu Yin see clearly that the 3 realm 6 paths were not half-progenitors but progenitors. Logically speaking, when he broke through the origin tribulation of the progenitor realm, the origin tribulation should have drawn out a half-progenitor. However, he had already passed 4 progenitor realm tribulations and had 4 ancestral worlds. At this moment, it was not impossible for the 3 realm 6 paths to be drawn out. Chapter 3268. The 3 realms 6 Daoist of the progenitor realm. What level was that? His realm might not be as high as 3' and 6 Hao, who had reached the sequence laws, but his strength might not be much weaker than 3' and 6 Hao. When Lu Yin was a half-progenitor, he could fight against 3' and 6 Hao. The 3 realms 6 Daoists were extremely talented and could at least challenge those of a higher realm. The 3 realms 6 Daoists of the progenitor realm might not necessarily be weak against 3' and 6 Hao. The 9 earth spears being knocked down was proof of this. One had to know that even the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others would find it difficult to knock down the earth spears. In the distance, Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He's still a progenitor. He recalled his strength when he was a progenitor. Wu Tian and the others had solemn expressions. A progenitor? Although he had yet to comprehend the sequence laws, he had still managed to break out of the Sky Palace. Right, the Sky Palace. He had figured it out. No wonder he and the others had been lured out. Shaoqi had cultivated the Sky Palace and he and the others had fought their way out of it. Could this be karma? The Sky Palace could give him great strength, but he also had to bear the calamities that came with it. 2 figures from the 3 realms 6 Daoists took the initiative to attack. A platform appeared in front of one of them and pushed it towards Lu Yin. It was obviously Lu Yuan. The other instantly appeared behind Lu Yin and punched him. Lu Yin blocked the platform with one hand and grabbed behind him with the other. There was a boom as the figure's fist hit Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin could not move, his strength was too strong. Lu Yin thought that the figure behind him was Hongyan Mavis, but he realized that the figure had suddenly become more profound. Was this battle force in the mastery realm? Gu Yizhi. Lu Yin exerted force in his palm and the platform was pushed back by Lu Yin. Lu Yuan subconsciously supported himself, but Lu Yin's strength had reached the limits of the universe. Half of Lu Yuan's body was crushed by the platform, and he retreated step by step. In the distance, Lu Yuan saw this and was speechless. He was a progenitor, but he did not even have the ability to connect to his own platform. Lu Yin grabbed Gu Yizhi's fist and crushed it, causing the black shadow on Gu Yizhi's arm to dissipate. Lu Yin was about to continue attacking when he suddenly paused. At some point in time, the martial god scripture had appeared around him. It was Wu Tian's ancestral world. It was indeed a progenitor. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he attacked ferociously, directly shattering the battle god's scripture. The martial god mantra could fix any technique and make it so that it could only be used once. Di Qiong and Wu Tian both possessed the martial god mantra's ancestral world, but Wu Tian was still a progenitor. No matter how miraculous the martial god mantra was, it would still be difficult for him to control Lu Yin. Lu Yin's strength was enough to cause trouble for the one true god. Without needing anything else, just his strength alone was enough to break through everything. Above his head, an enormous object fell down. Lu Yin used one hand to support himself, but his body did not move at all. This enormous object was very familiar to him and he finally remembered it. It was the Realm Mountain and it was the sky pillar that supported the Heavens Above Heaven sect. Was Optimus Prime the ancestral world? That person was Qi? In the distance, Qi looked at this scene and sighed. My ancestral world is actually being held up by this little guy with a single hand. Seriously. He didn't even know what to say. Wu Tian said, my martial god scriptures were shattered by him, but I didn't say anything. Lu Yin braced himself against the skyscraping pillar with one hand and bent his legs before abruptly lifting himself up. On top of the skyscraping pillar, Chu Yi's figure was sent flying along with the skyscraping pillar. Lu Yin looked down from above and punched downwards. Terrifying power spread out in layers, enveloping the 3 realms and 6 Daoists. The beastly figure, which was the desolate god, roared at the sky and charged towards the terrifying power. The desolate god was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch, and a large tree was uprooted from the ground. It was the Mavis Divine Tree. Hongyan Mavis took action, using the Mavis Divine Tree to support Lu Yin's strength while she stood on top of the tree and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He knew about the Mavis family's innate gift, the rhythm of life. It was impossible for them to control him. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis was helpless. Even if they had reached the sequence laws, they might not be able to do anything to Lu Yin, let alone progenitors. Lu Yin's current strength was just too terrifying, and he could fight against a primordial realm expert. He was qualified to step into the battlefield of the one true god, the primogenitor. Lu Yin was able to suppress all of the 3 realms and 6 Daos with just his strength alone. At first, the shock of the 3 realms and 6 Daos appearance was replaced by another kind of shock. Without comparison, it was impossible to see the gap between them. Lu Yin had metamorphosed time and time again, and he had soared by leaps and bounds. Many had no idea how strong he really was, but now they had seen it for themselves. So what if the 3 realms and 6 Daos worked together? They could not stop Lu Yin. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor sighed. Since ancient times, the 3 realms and 6 Daos have existed, but Lu Yin is one of a kind in the endless universe. The Mavis Divine Tree was pierced through. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Seniors, I'm sorry for the offense. Hongyan Mavis and the others exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. When they had broken through to the progenitor realm, they had been in high spirits. They had never imagined that countless years later, they would be beaten to the ground by a junior who had also just broken through to the progenitor realm. The prestige of the 3 realms and 6 Daos had disappeared in an instant. A silver-white spear appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and along with the spear came a frigid blizzard. Snow began to fall in the universe. Lu Yin raised a finger and tapped out, fixing the spear with his fingertip. The spear shattered, but another spear formed a few millimeters away. The spear-wielding Xianxia took advantage of the momentum to stab at Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually grabbed the spear and a powerful force caught it, immobilizing Xianxia. She simply let go and formed a circle with both hands, causing a mirror to appear. Soon after, more mirrors appeared around them, each containing a Xianxia. The white snow formed a spear that was grasped by the Xianxia in the mirror. It was as if there were thousands of white spears stabbing at Lu Yin, surrounding him from all directions. Jialan Mirror. This was a battle technique that Xianxia had created. If they were at the same level, this battle technique would be very strong. At the very least, Xianxia was not inferior to the other 3 realms and 6 Daos with this battle technique. But if the difference was too great, Lu Yin stood in place, allowing the numerous white spears to stab at him without moving an inch. Xianxia's spears were no threat to him. In the distance, Xianxia rolled her eyes. Was she a progenitor that weak? It wasn't that she was weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Lu Yin took a step forward, reversing space-time and shattering the Jialan mirror. He appeared in front of Xianxia and struck out with a palm. Xianxia couldn't escape, and she couldn't even withstand this attack. Suddenly, a Golian slashed horizontally with a cold glint that forced Lu Yin to dodge. The Grim Reaper had made his move. Xianxia took the opportunity to retreat, and figures surrounded Lu Yin just like before. However, they had already fought once, and Lu Yin had completely suppressed the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Only 2 people hadn't made a move. One was Fate, who had been watching Lu Yin from afar, and the other was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had made a final move to save Xianxia. If not for him, Xianxia's shadow would no longer exist. Even though it seemed like they had fought once, Lu Yin had only been testing the waters. Next, he would deal with the 3 realms and 6 Daos one by one and survive his origin tribulations. As countless people held their breaths, the 3 realms and 6 Daos attacked once more. The War God's scripture surrounded Lu Yin while the Mavis God Tree and Optimus Pillar attacked him from both sides. Above Lu Yin was the General Appointment Stage, and below him was the Purgatory Arena. He was surrounded by the 3 realms and 6 Daos attacks. Lu Yin's eyes widened. To show respect, he was going to use his full strength. Lu Yin's body fell rapidly, and he stepped onto the Purgatory Arena. The Purgatory Arena was immediately crushed, and Lu Yin punched upwards, causing it to crack. The Mavis God Tree and Optimus Pillar were shaken by the huge force and retreated. Under the snowy sky, the white spear shot out from the Jialan mirror. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time, but he found that there was no difference. None of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists were still. The power of time was ineffective against them. Lu Yin didn't have an innate gift of time. His power of time had come from Ancestor Desolate's time withering tree, and he had used the reverse step to finally create the flowing light that chased after time. When the 3 realms and 6 Daoists reached the progenitor realm, they had also touched upon the power of time. Unless Lu Yin used flowing light, he wasn't stronger than the 3 realms and 6 Daoists in terms of the power of time. Progenitor Qin had been able to create the reverse step to parallel time with a single glance, so the 3 realms and 6 Daoists' understanding of time was no less than Progenitor Qin's. In the distance, many people stopped as they couldn't see the battle of time. Lu Yin clenched his right fist and punched out, shattering Gu Yiji's and Lu Yuan's shadows. They couldn't withstand a single punch. Next, Lu Yin aimed at the Jialan mirror, but Go Lian appeared in front of him again. Lu Yin grabbed at Go Lian. The closer he got to Go Lian's attack, the more uneasy he felt, as if he was being dragged into an abyss. He was all too familiar with the power of death, but the Grim Reaper's death energy was different. In the end, Lu Yin had learned death energy, while the Grim Reaper had created it. At that moment, Lu Yin felt the death energy in his heart being sucked away, turning into the Grim Reaper's power. Go Lian slashed down and the black energy tore through the void. Lu Yin grabbed Go Lian's blade and stopped him. He looked up at the Grim Reaper's shadow. Madman Lu's words echoed in his ears once more. The Grim Reaper could have won back then. He had broken through to the primordial realm and was invincible in the universe. He was too strong. His death energy was too strong. It was because of that palm that he lost. He clearly had invincible power, but in the end he was torn apart and died. Lu Yin stared at the Grim Reaper's shadow in a daze. The Grim Reaper spun and the black energy tried to break free from Lu Yin's grasp. When a certain ability reached its limit, others would feel powerless. If Lu Yin had been fighting the true 3 realms and 6 Daoists instead of Tribulation Origin, they would have been powerless. No matter what ability it was, once it was exposed to Lu Yin's power, it would be over. Lu Yin released his grip and flicked his finger. With a bang, Go Lian was sent flying. He flitted past the Grim Reaper and appeared in front of Jialan Zhuo, striking out with a palm. In the distance, Jialan Zhuo was stunned. Why me? The Grim Reaper was clearly the closest, but he didn't attack the Grim Reaper. Why did he attack me instead? Bullying me? Use an 8-star innate gift. Chapter 3269. Under the origin tribulations, Jialan Zhuo's shadow used an 8-star innate gift, but it was already too late. Sky-propping pillar and the Mavis divine tree pressed down once more. Lu Yin brazenly punched through the Optimus Prime and sent a palm strike towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi's shadow stared at Lu Yin's palm and narrowly dodged it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is this a unity incarnation? At this time, Chu Yi had not completely created the path of one heaven, but with the single word incarnation, it was enough to avoid this palm strike without any fancy moves. However, he had learned the Tao of Tianyi. Chu Yi's shadow had barely avoided Lu Yin's palm when it was scattered. Far away, Chu Yi was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lu Tianyi. He knows the Tao of Tianyi? Lu Tianyi felt awkward and bowed to Chu Yi. I'm sorry, master. I taught him the path of Tianyi without permission. Chu Yi smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Under the origin tribulation, Hong Yan's Mavis shadow punched out from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and punched out as well, their fists colliding. In the distance, Hong Yan Mavis covered her face. It was over. Even the beast couldn't compete with Lu Yin in terms of strength. On the other side, the strength beast and Su Wang were holding back the Black Mother Tree, and they were also watching this scene. They watched Lu Yin scatter the tribulations one by one, and they subconsciously raised a hand and gave him a thumbs up. They were afraid of being beaten up. Under the origin tribulation, Hong Yan Mavis was unsurprisingly defeated by a single punch. Lu Yin stared at Wu Tian and saw a flash of light appear on the projection's forehead. Was this the embryonic form of the celestial eye? Or did he already have the heaven's eye? Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had still easily defeated Wu Tian. The heaven's eye could see through the weaknesses of battle techniques, and it had even allowed Lu Yin to see sequence particles when he had been an emissary. But so what? Absolute power, even if one could see it clearly, they would not be able to block it. So what if ordinary people saw the planet shatter with their own eyes? So what if he could watch the starry sky collapse? The moment Wu Tian's shadow shattered, a line suddenly appeared. In the distance, the Grim Reaper had long since disappeared, but at this moment he had appeared behind Lu Yin at an unknown time. His surroundings were filled with dark currents. This was the Grim Reaper's ancestral world, the Grim Reaper's force field. The Death God's force fields had been left behind in the primordial space, and Lu Yin had assumed that they were places where death energy gathered. This understanding was not wrong, as these Death God's force fields had been created based on the Death God's own ancestral world. The true Death God force field was the Death God's ancestral world. The Death God's shadow brandished its Golian, draining the Death God's force field as it slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. So this was how fate fought. Destiny had the ability to see the future. Destiny was a thread that formed a bridge in the river of time. It saw that Wu Tian had destroyed Wu Tian at this moment, so it joined forces with the Grim Reaper to make a move against him. One chance. The Grim Reaper only had one chance to strike. Fate, on the other hand, only had one chance to act. This was how fate fought. Fate did not seek to attack, it only sought opportunities. This slash of the Death God was the strongest attack he had ever used in the Ancestor realm. In that instant, the entire primeval city battlefield turned bone-chillingly cold. Everyone was shocked. The Ancestor realm Grim Reaper actually brought about an intense sense of danger to these sequence law realm powerhouses. As expected of the above heavens era's most proficient in killing. Even Lu Yin was cautious. He could sense that the Death God's strike was no weaker than Tian Fa's spear. In other words, the Death God who had just reached Ancestor possessed the ability to fend off Tian Fa, a primordial realm expert. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin believed that there was no one who could rival him in all of history apart from fate, whose bottom line he could not see. However, the Death God made him sense the aura of someone similar. Both of them could take on a primordial realm expert without having reached the level of sequence law. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the soil of the earthly world turned into a Golian. Bang! A great sound rang through the entire battlefield, turning into a gale that swayed the flames. The Death God's Golian was cut in half. Lu Yin used his terrifying strength and the special characteristics of the earthly world to forcefully smash through the Death God's attack, brushing past the Death God's shadow. As he watched the Death God's shadow slowly disperse, Lu Yin casually tossed the Golian towards Fate. Fate did not dodge at all. The Golian swept past and Fate vanished. Now there was only a single shadow beneath the origin tribulation, the Desolate God. Lu Yin had not purposely left the Desolate God behind. Instead, the Desolate God had withstood his punch. Lu Yin knew exactly how powerful that punch was. Only the Desolate God had withstood it with his body alone. The Desolate God's body was extremely tough. In the distance, everyone fell silent. They watched as Lu Yin destroyed the 3 realms and 6 paths one after another. He watched as the legend fell and another legend rose. More importantly, the legend of Luomu was still here. Many people stole glances at Lu Yuan and the others. They did not know what these people were thinking. De Huang is the strongest, Wu Tian said. Lu Yuan said, De Huang is an astral beast. His starting point is higher than ours. When he had just broken through to the progenitor realm, De Huang was much stronger than us. At that time, De Huang was the strongest aside from Master and the others. That's why we liked to pester De Huang back then, asking him to take us to the parallel universe. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated look in her eyes. The greed of the humans eventually caused the Desolate God to be disheartened. As a result, the 4th mainland could not resist at all and was directly destroyed by the Eternals. If not for that, the Above Heaven sect would not have been defeated so easily. Since when did we become enemies with Big Yellow? Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor sighed, De Huang. I really want to see him again. Under the Origin Tribulation, Lu Yin faced the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation head-on. After a moment of confrontation, they both charged at the same time. Passing by it, Lu Yin punched the beast and sent it flying. The beast twisted its body in midair and stared at Lu Yin from afar. It roared, causing the void to tremble and an indescribable dizziness to spread through the area. However, it was only a slight dizziness. Lu Yin followed closely behind, using the reverse step to appear directly above the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation. He punched out once more, knocking it down. Punch after punch, the beast could not fight back at all. Although its body was tough and could withstand Lu Yin's power, it would still be defeated. Even the desolate god at its peak was not Lu Yin's opponent, let alone the desolate god of the past. The desolate god had been defeated by the Grim Reaper. Its strength was not necessarily weaker than the other three realms' 6 Daos, but it was not stronger either. With Lu Yin's current strength, even Lu Yuan and the others who had broken through to the primordial realm were not his opponent, let alone the desolate god of the past. The beast-shaped origin tribulation was beaten to a pulp, and then under the stupefied gazes of many, it stood up and a strange weapon appeared in its hand, the dagger axe. An indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. This is Big Yellow's strength, Lu Yuan sighed. Thinking back to that era, Big Yellow had been the most powerful. It had an indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. It had been invincible in parallel spacetime and suppressed all astral beasts. Even the 3 realms and 6 Daos had feared it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Admiration. The undefeatable weapon was known as the seamless dagger axe. Space was the shaft and time was the blade. It was clearly in beast form, but it stood up like a human. It pointed the dagger axe at Lu Yin and used a strange footwork to charge forward. Lu Yin found it strange, but that dagger axe was not simple. As the dagger axe stabbed out, the void froze and space-time became chaotic. Lu Yin used the reverse step, but he was instantly forced out. Whether it was space or time, he could not see through them. The dagger axe stabbed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin calmly watched the dagger axe stab towards him and a stream of light appeared. The dagger axe pierced through Lu Yin. The beast-shaped origin tribulation stopped in place. Lu Yin turned around and waved his hand, causing the tribulation to dissipate. This scene was difficult for anyone who had not reached the level of a sequence law to understand. This was a showdown of time. No matter how the seamless dagger axe used time as its blade, it could not stir up the stream of light, which could not be contained in the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daos disappeared and Lu Yin looked up at the black hole. He did not believe that there was another tribulation that could stop him from breaking through to the progenitor realm. No matter what, the origin tribulation had been created by a progenitor, and Lu Yin could already fight against one to a certain extent. The black hole rumbled with thunder as a boundless sea of astral sources poured into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's lips curled up, he had passed. The primordial space trembled as an endless amount of astral sources rushed towards Lu Yin. The astral source ocean above Lu Yin's heart swelled, and countless people in the primordial space praised him as they looked towards his heart. The wordless heavenly tome shone brightly. Stars suddenly appeared one after another, but they did not come from Sirius. Instead they appeared in a form that Lu Yin could not understand. Lu Yin immediately shrank the starry sky around his heart. It was still transforming, but it could no longer be seen by outsiders. Lu Yin himself did not know what would happen to the starry sky around his heart after he broke through to progenitor realm. He only knew that as long as he was willing, he could do many things that he had wanted to do but could not in the past, such as resurrecting Ming Yen or leaving Sirius to the Sirius sect. He knew that he had crossed a critical threshold, and this was what it meant to break through to progenitor realm. The starry sky swayed and a large tree appeared behind Lu Yin. It stretched out and covered the entire starry sky, covering Immortal City and descending into endless parallel spacetime. Its range was greater than any of the previous times. This was a phenomenon that Lu Yin had seen more than once, and each time it was bigger than the last. This time it covered endless spacetime and its boundaries could not be seen. The tree's branches drooped and items hung from them. In the past, Lu Yin had never understood what this phenomenon represented, but now he did. He saw dice among the items hanging from the branches, and he also saw Thunderlord Jiangfeng's 3 divine artifacts. The items hanging from the tree were all turbid treasures. What were turbid treasures? At the beginning of the world, all things were clear and the river of time was born. The clearer something was, the easier it was to become turbid. Under the river of time, there was something that went against the flow, carrying items from the future. The clarity of the filth was turbid, and this item was called a turbid treasure. What did going against the flow have to do with this tree? Lu Yin did not understand. He only knew that if there were so many turbid treasures in the universe, then where was this tree? And why was it his own phenomenon? Immortal City was different from other places. There were too many powerhouses here, and at least half of them knew about turbid treasures. Now that they saw Lu Yin's phenomenon, they were all stunned. It was as if they had seen the birth of a turbid treasure. The phenomenon slowly disappeared, but the shock that it brought would never disappear from these people's memories. End of chapter. Chapter 3270. Lu Yin did not have the time to ponder over the phenomenon. A small boat of light appeared beside him and his gaze was resolute. It was time. As the small boat drifted into the distance, ripples appeared in the void. These ripples were not formed by energy, but rather real ripples that resembled flowing water. As the small boat sped up, the flowing water became more and more obvious. Finally, it vanished before everyone's eyes. Lu Yin also disappeared with it. Little 7. Lu Yuan was worried. To the side, Wu Tian sighed. That's crossing the river of time. Time and space have always been around us and have never disappeared. It's just that ordinary people cannot see them. That small boat can cross the river of time and disappear with the pillar. It's not going in reverse but rather traveling. Chu Yi's expression was solemn. Crossing the river of time and traveling to any point in time is the ability of that small boat. Everyone in the immemorial city battlefield sighed in amazement. There really was an ability to cross the river of time. Most of them had reached the level of sequence laws, but very few had actually seen the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daoists could cross the river of time, but they did not dare to do so because of the primogenitors. However, this did not mean that others would do the same. Most people were unable to cross the river of time, and even if someone did try, they would end up in an extremely miserable state. For example, although Lu Yin could challenge sequence laws and even primordial realm experts and kill the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, that only meant that his battle prowess was high. It did not mean that he could do what primordial realm experts could do. Before breaking through to progenitor, Lu Yin did not know how to save Ming Yan, but the moment he succeeded he understood. If one's cultivation realm was completely determined by battle prowess, then it would be too simple. One's cultivation realm determined battle prowess, not battle prowess. Sometimes, even if one's battle prowess was sufficient, it would be useless if one's cultivation realm did not match their battle prowess. Once one's cultivation realm matched their battle prowess, the strength they could unleash would be even more terrifying, and that would be a whole new realm. Lu Yin's battle prowess and cultivation realm were too far apart. Only now could he be considered to have reached the apex and transformed into a progenitor. Hold on, if he travels to the past and crosses the river of time to change the fact that the Eternals escaped, then what will happen now? Won't that change the present? Someone cried out. It was an expert from Immemorial City who had lost his legs and was holding on through sheer willpower. He didn't want the past to be changed. The current situation was already very good. Primordial City was defended. Only then did the protection of his comrades, family and brothers have meaning. Mr. Mu's voice rang out. Traveling through the past is just changing the cause of one's past. What is changed is also the effect of changing the cause of one's future. Just like the long river flowing backwards, it has nothing to do with others. Nothing else will change. Even if the effect of changing the future is changed, it will happen naturally with the flow of time. Don't worry. Many people did not understand Mr. Mu's words, but no one asked further. They felt that it made sense. Mr. Mu's eyes were filled with melancholy. The past and the future could not be changed. If it was possible, how could his universe have failed? On the other side, Lu Yin was standing on a small boat made of flowing light as he materialized the river of time from nothingness. As he crossed the river, many scenes flashed before his eyes. It wasn't easy to cross the river of time. The slightest carelessness could capsize the boat. This scene was very similar to when Big Sis had fallen into the river of time. Big Sis had lost her cultivation in the river of time. Now Lu Yin had taken the initiative to enter the river of time. Seeing this, the boat suddenly stopped. Everything around Lu Yin changed. Scenes flashed before him and he finally stood in a dark corner. Around him, scenes flashed before him. They were the scenes that he had just seen while crossing the river of time. Previously they had been played in reverse, but now they were played sequentially. They flashed by as if his future self had been inserted into a scene from the past. When Lu Yin came back to his senses, he was still standing in that dark corner. He was no longer surrounded by the immemorial battlefield. Instead, he was surrounded by pairs of scarlet eyes. At the very front, Wu Lingxian looked at him in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Crossing the river of time, Dao Lord Lu. You really have guts. The one true God's voice rang out. This was the bone vessel surrounded by everlasting powerhouses. Lu Yin had crossed the river of time and changed his position in the past to that of the bone vessel. When the everlasting race fled, he had disappeared with the bone vessel. Everything had flowed down the river of time, and the process could not be changed unless someone else crossed the river of time. Although Lu Yin had changed his position in the past, the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm had not changed. It was like the waves of the river of time flowing backwards. The one who had flowed backwards was Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return to the past if he had really changed the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm. He left the immemorial battlefield with the bone vessel. At this moment, aside from the everlasting powerhouses, Lu Yin was the only one on the vessel. He faced the countless pairs of scarlet eyes around him and looked at the person cloaked in golden light deep within the vessel. Eternal, I've come to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched forward. The bone vessel had continuously given birth to powerful corpse kings, and the reason for this was the bones of powerful creatures. With the one true God's innate gift of bone grafting, the vessel had been able to directly face Immemorial City and even suppress it for a time. Lu Yin had not only chased after the one true God, but also for the bone vessel. As long as the bone vessel was not destroyed, the everlasting race would be able to bring Immemorial City with them as they roamed the universe. This powerful force was enough to make countless people despair. In the current universe, a single punch brought about by the ultimate strength of a living being shattered more than a dozen corpse kings in front of him. These corpse kings were all powerhouses of the sequence laws. When Lu Yin had entered the immemorial battlefield as Yebwa, these corpse kings had been able to kill Immemorial City's powerhouses one-on-one. But now they had all been annihilated by a single punch. Several corpse kings appeared behind him, and various laws of sequence immediately filled the entire bone vessel. Lu Yin released the cosmos in his heart, and the sky heavenly palace appeared around the bone vessel. At that moment, all the laws of sequence were repelled and cracks appeared on the bone vessel. This came from a world of nothingness that had appeared due to the rejection of the cosmos in his heart. The one true God's eyes narrowed. The laws could not approach him? How was this possible? No one had imagined that Lu Yin, who had not reached the primordial realm, could actually prevent the laws from approaching him. Even Lu Yin himself had never thought that the cosmos in his heart would transform into the progenitor realm and contain all four ancestral worlds, reaching the level of the primordial realm. The laws could not approach him. This was equivalent to making up for the absolute difference between him and primordial realm experts of the laws of sequence. The laws of sequence were Lu Yin's weakness, but this weakness no longer existed now. There were no longer any laws of sequence in the bone vessel. The laws that could rival the primordial realm were extraordinarily domineering. No, it's not the laws that can't approach him. It's the rejection of the laws. The one true God stared at Lu Yin's cosmos. This kid has created a universe that can give birth to its own laws. Any laws that he doesn't accept will not exist in that universe. He's actually done something that even Grand Primordial failed to do. The ancient god walked out from beside him. I'll deal with him. Even though the corpse kings on the bone vessel were powerful, they were unable to withstand Lu Yin's absolute strength due to the rejection of laws. Through the cosmos in his heart, Lu Yin saw a tremendous region in the depths of the bone vessel. It was filled with countless skeletons that were nurtured in white water. Corpse kings would constantly take out skeletons and place them on themselves, allowing their strength to evolve. There were hundreds of thousands of skeletons. That was Lu Yin's target. Before him a huge hand slammed over. It came from the corpse god who glared at Lu Yin with her scarlet eyes. The corpse god was extremely powerful. With the laws of sequence in her body, she was basically indestructible. Lu Yin raised his hand, causing countless spears of soil to appear and shoot towards the entire bone vessel. The corpse god was immediately pierced by the soil spears and turned into an immortal seed that flew towards the one true god. Without the laws of sequence and the Mavis god tree, the corpse god was so weak in Lu Yin's eyes that he could easily kill her. As he watched the immortal seed fly towards the one true god, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The stars in his heart suddenly trembled, and one of them blocked the path of the immortal seed and slammed into the one true god. Boom! The bone vessel shook and the star shattered. The immortal seed also shattered. The one true god's eyes went wide. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside the seed, reaching out to grab it. In the end, this was just a technique, so how could it escape from his universe? The seed shattered and Lu Yin grabbed it and crushed it. The one true god's gaze turned gloomy. The true god's immortal technique was an extremely powerful technique. Any creature that was implanted with an immortal seed would be able to revive infinitely. It was an undefeatable power, but the stronger the technique, the more restrictions it had. If the seed was destroyed, the one true god would be injured. Thus, he would not use the true god's immortal technique unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to survive the bitter adversity and step into the eternal realm after the universe was rebooted. Any flaw could cause him to fail. If the human race was destroyed and the universe could be rebooted, he would rather disperse the true god's immortal technique. The universe had its limits, and this technique had reached its limits to a certain extent. It might not be accepted by the universe. However, during the battle at Immemorial City, he had been forced to use this technique. He could not attempt to survive the bitter adversity for the time being, even if the universe was rebooted. The one true god's expression turned ugly as he watched Lu Yin wantonly destroy the bone vessel. He had destroyed the sect above heaven, which was at its peak, and suppressed the human race to the point where they could not even raise their heads. He had gotten closer and closer to rebooting the universe, but in the end he had been defeated by this brat. How old was this brat? Did he really want to stop the Eternals? Stop the spiritualization of the universe? Impossible, he could not do it. Lu Yin seemed to sense the one true god's gaze, and he looked up to see a figure standing in front of him. It was the ancient god. The ancient god's body was covered in a dark gray substance, and his realm of the gods brought about an extremely powerful pressure. The spear stabbed out, piercing through the void and tearing a dark streak through space where Lu Yin's heart was. It extended into the distance, shattering star after star. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he grabbed the earth spear and stabbed it at the ancient god. The spear collided with the spear, causing a thunderous explosion that spread out in all directions and destroyed a large area within the bone vessel. Chapter 3271. Neither of them retreated, and the spear and spear continued to block each other. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Fertile Earth may have broken through to the primordial realm, but he relied on the Godseal catalog and the platform of appointment to stop me. He was beaten from beginning to end, but you can fight me head-on, the ancient god sighed. Lu Yin looked at the ancient god through the collapsing darkness of space. He could not escape as he was controlled by the one true god and could only fight for the Eternals. So what if he could see fate? It would be a pointless sacrifice. Gu Yizhi, you betrayed humanity. You deserve to die. With that, he stepped forward and stabbed out with his spear. Even the ancient god could not withstand the power of a universe creature and was forced to retreat. However, the spear came from the black-gray palm of the god realm and was extremely sturdy. It did not shatter even after being suppressed by the soil spear. Lu Yin let go and struck the ancient god with his palm along the soil spear and spear. The ancient god raised his hand and the Genu arena crashed down. Soil appeared above Lu Yin's head and blocked the Genu arena. He had already passed through the spear and was less than a meter away from the ancient god. The ancient god's eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he used the Corpse King transformation and the Palm of the Void. Space chased after time and the surroundings became still. Lu Yin also used the inverse step to parallel spacetime. The two figures crossed each other and the void exploded. One figure was forced to retreat while the other crushed the ground. I told you, you deserved to die. It was Lu Yin. At that moment his vision suddenly distorted and he could only see the ground. The witch spirit god's 5 senses were intertwined. Kiki, who do you think you are to kill the Eternals all by yourself, kid? The stars rotated like the air in Lu Yin's heart. The power of the starry sky collided and distorted the surroundings. The space that the witch spirit god had been hiding in was forcefully revealed. Lu Yin turned around and instantly appeared in front of him, allowing the two corpse kings to attack him from behind. He grabbed the witch spirit god by the neck and lifted him up. The times are changing. It's time for you to end 7 sky gods. Crack. The witch spirit god's eyes widened as his neck was snapped. His body turned into an immortal seed and flew towards the one true god. However, the seed still could not reach the one true god before Lu Yin crushed it. Behind him, the two corpse kings couldn't harm Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin had already used the extreme reversal technique, and he turned around to smash the two corpse kings apart with a single punch. When he looked back, the ancient god had already disappeared. Lu Yin raised his hand and aimed at the area where the bones were hidden. Boundless power flowed beneath the sky palace, exploding from his palm into the distance as he struck out. In a split second, the martial god scripture appeared around Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm strike hadn't pierced through the bone boat. It had merely shattered the martial god scripture. During the progenitor realm's origin tribulation, Lu Yin had shattered the martial god scripture of Wu Tian, who had just broken through to the progenitor realm. Now he had shattered the martial god scripture of Di Qiong, who was at the sequence law realm. Di Qiong stood in front of Yi Futian and his eyes lost their consciousness. This was the martial god transformation. Under normal circumstances he was no longer Lu Yin's opponent. Now that Lu Yin had broken through to progenitor realm, his strength had undergone a terrifying transformation that shocked even the sole true god. At the cost of his life, Di Qiong performed the Einherjar transformation again and charged toward Lu Yin. Martial god transformation? Lu Yin admired the last stage of the Corpse King transformation. Di Qiong's dedication was unimaginable for him to have created such a technique. However, the limit of his strength was not his. Boom, the bone boat trembled. On the other end, Fengbua, Undying God, Ruins, Black Wuxian and Butterfly all looked inside. Lu Yin had actually lasted this long? Let's attack together and kill him, the sole true god's voice rang out. The bone boat was huge, and Lu Yin just happened to appear on the sole true god's side. On the other end were the ancient gods, which Spirit God, Corpse God and Di Qiong. They had thought that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to last long and that he would escape. Since he had dared to chase after them, he must have had the confidence to do so. However, the battle was still ongoing, and the sole true god had ordered all of them to attack together. Just how high had this person reached? One had to know that the Divine Seal catalog hadn't appeared yet. This person could borrow the power of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, but he hadn't appeared yet. There was only one possibility. He no longer needed to borrow those powers. The cracks spread from one end of the bone boat to the other. The bone boat was on the verge of collapse, and under Lu Yin's powerful attacks, it could disintegrate at any time. Lu Yin arrived at the area where the Corpse Kings were resting their skeletons, their scarlet eyes staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This was the bone boat's secret. When he had first heard of the bone boat's secret, he had been so shocked that he had no choice but to use Yi Bo's identity to infiltrate the Eternals. At that time he had known that the bone boats were filled with countless sequence laws powerhouses that could suppress Immemorial City. Once the bone boats descended, the entire Hexagon Association would not be able to stop them. This was indeed the case. If the bone boats had descended, Hongyan, Mavis, Jialan Zhiluo, Wu Tian, Su Wang, Li Shou, the 8 Dao sovereigns, Yi Ruo, and the other powerhouses would not have been there. How could they have stopped the bone boats that could fight Immemorial City? Once the bone boats had descended, the Hexagon Association would have been destroyed. However, the bone boats could not have descended at that time as they had to deal with Immemorial City. If the bone boats had descended, Immemorial City would have naturally descended as well. Lu Yin had thought things through later, but when he had first learned of the bone boats' existence, how could he not have investigated them? How could he have allowed them to exist? Even now, with countless human powerhouses, he still wanted to hunt down the bone boats. Lu Yin did not expect to kill the sole true god or the ancient gods, as he could not do so. However, he had to destroy the bone boat's ability to continuously produce sequence laws Corpse Kings and cut off this apocalyptic weapon of the Eternals. A group of Corpse Kings attacked Lu Yin, and he once again sensed the strength of the triangular-faced and long-legged Corpse Kings. He also saw a Corpse King with 7 swords on its back charging towards him. There was also a powerful bronze-colored Corpse King. These Corpse Kings did not have this kind of strength on their own. They all came from the skeleton's owners. The owners of these skeletons might have died at the hands of the Eternals. Since ancient times, no one knew how many powerhouses had died. Only the Eternals knew. It was time for these powerhouses to return to their former glory. Lu Yin's absolute strength broke through everything and the sequence laws were repelled. These Corpse Kings could not stop Lu Yin's slaughter at all. Only one person caught Lu Yin's attention, a woman with a lively appearance. She held a glassy staff and stood behind him watching him. This woman was not a Corpse King. Boom. The earth domain shattered and Lu Yin punched at the remaining bones. The woman understood what he was trying to do, and she pushed a colorful painting towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's fist struck the painting and it disappeared. However, it was not completely ineffective. The painting was of the ethereal heavenly palace, and one of its corners had been destroyed. The woman exclaimed, as expected of the human master who defeated his mortal enemy. Even the brocade sky chart could not stop you. With that she swept out with her staff. Lu Yin could sense that this woman's strength was definitely at the top of the sequence laws, but she still could not stop him. He had extreme strength and those without extreme strength would not be able to stop him. A gale swept past and Fengbo, who had just arrived, was stunned. Undying God was almost forced back, but when he looked up he saw Lu Yin blocking the glass staff. His eyes were filled with fear. This strength? My name is Zhou Xian, and I represent the spiritualized universe to invite Master Lu to join us. The woman's eyes lit up and cracks appeared on the staff in her hand. Lu Yin's palm struck the staff but it was blocked. The power that had blocked him had come from himself. Zhou Xian held the brocade sky chart in one hand and the staff in the other, forcibly blocking Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin stared at the woman. Spiritualized universe? What's your relationship with Tianxi? He is him and I am me. Master Lu, think about it. You have no future, so what if you defeat the Eternals? You should know that the Eternals are not your final enemy. You humans have already reached the end and any further is the abyss. Zhou Xian growled, his voice ringing only in their ears. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Show me your sincerity first. Zhou Xian and Lu Yin looked at each other, and there was admiration and laughter in the depths of her eyes. When you show us your sincerity, we will show you our sincerity. What sincerity? Give up the celestial sect. Lu Yin laughed. Under the celestial palace, power circulated and he struck out again. With a crack, the staff shattered and Zhou Xian was sent flying. She used the brocade sky chart to block in front of her. Lu Yin struck out again and hit the chart. The picture of the celestial palace in the brocade sky chart collapsed, and the chart was torn apart. Behind him, Zhou Xian spat out blood. Her face was pale and she turned to leave. Lu Yin punched in the direction she'd fled, and Zhou Xian looked back with a bone-chilling gaze. This was the first time in her life that someone had called her an ant. You will regret this. A corner of the bone boat broke and Zhou Xian rushed out of the boat. He spat out blood again and fled. Lu Yin did not chase after her. She had taken a punch from him and the possibility of her surviving was not high. He turned around and his majestic consciousness came crashing down like a tsunami from the ruins. In front of him, the undying deity and Fengbo were approaching. One of them stepped backward with a withered sword in his hand, while the other held a pagoda sword. They spat out blood and slashed down. 3 experts of the 7 sky gods attacked together. Lu Yin did not move. The consciousness of the ruins had no effect on him, and the undying deity and Fengbo could not hurt him at all. He raised his hands and grabbed the withered sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. He looked at the undying deity and Fengbo. Since you are all dead, don't appear again. He exerted force with both hands and the withered sword and pagoda sword shattered at the same time. Fengbo was shocked as this person's strength had changed too much. Wait, I'm from... Lu Yin's vision darkened. He had defeated Fengbo with a single palm and crushed the seed. He did not even listen to Fengbo's words as he looked at the undying deity. Blacklist deity was even further away but he did not approach. The undying deity stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He released the broken sword and smiled bitterly. Just like the first time Lu Yin had seen him, he was so dispirited that he wanted to sleep. Wu Tian was imprisoned in the 3rd zone of his own volition. You wanted to kill him just to free him, right? Lu Yin asked. The undying deity took a deep breath and smiled. This smile was different from the one Lu Yin had seen before. Wu Tian lied to me. Lu Yin did not know what to say. If Wu Tian had not intentionally been imprisoned in the 3rd zone, the undying deity might not have become one of the 7 sky gods. However, had Wu Tian done anything wrong? To the undying deity this was unfair, but to the humans Wu Tian had not done anything wrong. He had only sacrificed himself to prevent fate from targeting the humans. Just as the primogenitor had said, he had been too honest, and it had caused the people around him to suffer. Chapter 3272. Ancestor Hui had been the same. In order to scheme against the Eternals and save the human race, he had sacrificed his own son, and in the end he had sacrificed himself as well. Humanity's destiny and victory were built on the sacrifices of these people. Path Master Lu, help me pass a message to Wu Tian. The undying god looked at Lu Yin. During the battle at Immemorial City, he had intentionally avoided Wu Tian and chosen the Gravekeeper instead. Perhaps he did not know how to face him, or perhaps he did not want to. I don't owe him anything, and neither does he owe me anything. Even if he wasn't imprisoned in the Third Calamity region, I would not fight to the death with the Eternals for the sake of humanity. What does the fate of humanity have to do with me? With that, his body exploded and turned into an immortal seed that floated in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the seed. No one knew what would happen if things did not happen. The undying god had awakened, and Wu Tian had hoped that he would awaken. In his own position, he lived with more clarity than anyone else. Lu Yin grabbed the seed and crushed it. From then on, the undying god would never appear again. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He Wuxian had run away, and there was still ruins. In the distance, within the dark clouds, an eyeball spun. It was ruins. I'm curious. Why didn't you use the true god's freedom technique in the Immemorial City battlefield? Lu Yin asked. Ruin's eyeball spun and the dark cloud turned to flee. He still wanted to live, and as long as the seed did not shatter, he could be revived. Lu Yin was clearly not his match. Lu Yin watched as ruins fled, and then he used the reverse step to parallel time. Everything around him went still, and only the dark cloud continued to flee. The eyeball continued to spin. Lu Yin's body instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of ruins. He had used flowing light to travel through spacetime. Ruin's eyeball stared blankly at Lu Yin. You've already killed me once. Let me go, I'm already dead. Lu Yin looked at Ruins. There are many restrictions to your revival through the true god's immortal art. Some powers cannot be used. You haven't truly revived. So what? As long as I'm alive, Ruins barked. Lu Yin was disappointed. He had wanted to leave Ruins to absorb his consciousness and recover his planet, but he had just thought it through. They had not truly revived, and the power that they had used came from the one true god. It was all fake. Ruins' current consciousness was of no help to him. Lu Yin, Ruins and Ruins. The soil was crushed. Ruins released howls of anguish. It was quickly erased, leaving behind only a seed. Lu Yin understood them all too well. The Ruins all had innate gifts, and whether they were seen or not, it would not have been easy for Lu Yin to kill the 3 masters and 6 limitless gods if he had not fought them together. It was precisely because he understood it too well that he was able to deal with it so easily. After crushing the seed, Lu Yin looked towards the other end of the bone vessel. They were still there. Cracks continuously appeared on the bone boat, and it shook violently before splitting into 2. Lu Yin watched as the bone boat continued to move further and further away. On the other side was the one true god and the others. Lu Yin frowned. Where were the forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu? They should have been there as well. There was also Black Wuxian. He had run away as well. This guy was a gift left for the only true god. Lord Lu, I'm impressed. You hunted down the Eternals alone, destroyed the bone boat, and killed almost all of the 3 high ones and 6 vast ones. Even absolute beginning might not be able to do such a thing, said the one true god. If it was a progenitor, you wouldn't have survived either. The one true god smiled. Do you think you can't kill me? I didn't think that I could kill you from the very beginning. I was just testing the waters so that the Grand Empyrean's sacrifice wouldn't have been in vain, Lu Yin said. He then walked into outer space. Behind him, half of the bone boat had been destroyed. As for the bones, he did not destroy them. Instead, he took them with him. Tai Hong, she's just a crazy woman. Her restriction won't last for long, said the one true god. Lu Yin stared at him. She is indeed a crazy woman. But that crazy woman changed history. He had not understood the one true god's strength during the battle in the Calamity Zone, and he had felt the urge to gather all the human experts to kill the one true god. However, the battle atop the Black Mother Tree in Primeval City had completely awakened him. The one true god had rendered him powerless, and even though he had broken through to the progenitor realm, he did not think that he would be able to change that much. The one true god was the strongest person in this universe, and only the progenitor and Mr. Mu could contend against him. Lu Yin was still not his match. Unfortunately, he could not bring Mr. Mu and the others across the River of Time. Crossing the River of Time would change one's position in the past. It was like reversing a wave. He could only reverse his own wave, but he could not change others. Otherwise, he would not be crossing the River of Time but going against it. The karma that he would have to bear was unimaginable. When crossing the river of time, Mr. Mu had warned him that anyone who changed a cause that did not belong to him would have to bear severe consequences. For example, if Lu Yin brought someone into Mount Supreme and crossed the river of time, and the time that changed one's position did not overlap with that person's, then he could bring that person along. If that person changed their cause during that time, then once they crossed the river of time, they would change the karma of others. In other words, Lu Yin could not bring anyone who participated in the Battle of Primeval City with him. This was also the reason why Lu Yin had killed his way into the bone ship alone. Facing the one true God alone was not just a test, but also an explanation to the Grand Empyrean. If the Grand Empyrean had not sacrificed himself to trap the one true God, then the result of the Battle of Primeval City might have been different. Even so, Lu Yin still had to try. Whether or not he could kill the one true God, he had to at least try and not let the Grand Empyrean's sacrifice go to waste. Soil covered the sky and came from the heart of the starry sky. Limitless power spiraled and brought about an unparalleled pressure that pressed down on the one true God's half of the bone ship. The soil was below and the sky was above. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky. Overturning sky palm. This time the overturning sky palm was stronger than any of the previous ones. The soil came from the mortal ancestors' world, and the pressure was not only from the mortal ancestors' world, but also from the constellation of limitless power. It represented the limits of this universe's life forms. Beside the one true God, the ancient God's expression turned solemn. He sighed and was about to attack when the one true God stopped him. The one true God looked up and praised, a concept battle technique. When you created this battle technique as Zhou Xian, I was already very surprised. Lu Yuan personally appeared and the 7 sky gods killed their way into the astral tree realm. That was their respect for you. Master Lu, whether it was during Lu Xiaoshuan's era or Lu Yin's era, you both have amazing innate abilities. But aren't you looking down on me too much? Tai Hong made it difficult for me to attack, but that doesn't mean I can't even protect myself. The limits of the true God heaven-switching art are beyond your imagination. With that, he leapt up and stood on the shattered bone ship, allowing the overturning sky palm to fall. The overturning sky palm swept past the 6 paths of reincarnation and struck the one true God. The true God heaven-switching art formed a dark red light that was hidden under the golden 6 paths of reincarnation. The overturning sky palm struck, and the one true God's bone ship cracked. He raised his arms to block the attack as he stared at Lu Yin. Rumble. The starry sky shook as terrifying cracks tore through the starry sky and spread to the sides. Lu Yin's overturning sky palm failed to break through the true God heaven-switching art. Lu Yin's current strength was extremely great, but it had not reached the level where he could break through the true God heaven-switching art. It could even seal a primordial realm expert. Even if he could break through it, it would take him a very long time. In the Battle of Immortal City, he had worked with Go Lian and Lu Yuan. Even Progenitor Qin could not break through the true God heaven-switching art. The defense of this art was just too powerful. The one true God's lips curled up as a trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He was not unscathed either. He had to endure the 6 paths of reincarnation and the overturning sky palm at the same time. Even this supreme of the universe felt pressured. Pathmaster Lu, look over there. Lu Yin looked in the direction the one true God was pointing and saw the butterfly, Tianan. Tianan had already left the bone ship and was flying off into the distance. You only have one chance. You can either kill us or kill her. It's up to you, the one true God said. In the distance, Tianan continued to fly, but she could not break through the parallel space. He hated the one true God to the core. It was he who had forced her out of the bone ship and confined her to this parallel space. He had also injected the true God heaven-switching art into her body. She knew the one true God's intentions very well. However, she could not escape. She was too heavily injured in the Battle of Immortal City. The ancient gods could easily suppress her. She was now one of Lu Yin's choices. He could either kill her or kill the one true God and the others. The dignified protector of the 4 cardinal regions had actually been reduced to a mere choice. How tragic was this? She had never thought that she would have such a day. Never. No matter what, they had once surrounded and killed the human progenitor and dragged down the most powerful life forms of this universe, turning them into servants of that omnipotent existence. How could this be? She was unwilling to accept this. He did not want to die like Tianfa. In outer space, Lu Yin watched as the one true god and the other's bone ship continued to fly away. A choice. It's a very interesting choice, isn't it, Dao Lord Lu? The one true god's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked at him and saw the ancient god and Tiango. Two people and one dog. This was the remaining strength of the Eternals. Of course, there was also the Forgotten Ruins god Wang Xiaoyu and Blacklist god, who had disappeared without a trace. In the distance there was also a butterfly. Lu Yin could not kill the one true god. The ancient god was controlled by the one true god, so he had to help the one true god and that unkillable Tiango. The one true god had given him a choice because he did not want Lu Yin to keep an eye on him. Even if Lu Yin could not kill him, as long as he kept an eye on him, he would not have an easy time when Mr. Mu and the others arrived. As for Lu Yin, he was not confident that he could keep an eye on the one true god. If the one true god had the ancient god fight to the death, he would definitely be able to escape. It was meaningless. Lu Yin stopped looking at the butterfly and looked directly at the one true god. I have a question. The one true god was interested. Go ahead. Everything you're doing now, are you doing it willingly? Lu Yin asked slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a morning bell that crashed into the one true god's and the ancient god's minds. The ancient god subconsciously looked at the one true god. The Tiango also looked up at the one true god. The one true god looked deeply at Lu Yin. It's your turn to make a choice. Lu Yin closed his eyes and let go of the bone ship, allowing the one true god and the others to fly away. He glanced at the butterfly Tianan with a cold gaze. In the distance, the butterfly turned around and met Lu Yin's cold gaze. It said in a gentle voice, Dao Master Lu, we have not reached the point where we have to fight to the death. In my opinion, we have. Lu Yin took a step forward and moved through the void, arriving directly behind the butterfly. At that moment, the force that had bound the butterfly to this parallel space disappeared. The butterfly's body shone brightly, and specks of light scattered throughout the parallel space, creating a dreamlike illusion. Chapter 3273. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the butterfly transformed into Ming Yan. Brother Lu. Lu Yin stopped, and the words Brother Lu brought him back to his time on the Shenwu continent, back to the time when he had first seen Ming Yan. Her absolute beauty had left an indelible mark in Lu Yin's heart, and it had been the first time his heart had been moved. With just a single glance, he had sunk into her bright and bashful eyes. This was a battlefield and he was fighting the butterfly. However, as he looked at Ming Yan in the distance, Lu Yin had to admit that she was Ming Yan. Even if a voice in his head kept reminding him that this was not Ming Yan and that it was just a dream created by the butterfly, at this moment she was Ming Yan. Brother Lu, you're tired. A gentle voice caressed him like a gentle breeze, causing him to put down his hands. Because he was really tired. Too tired. He did not know when it had started, but he had shouldered the burden of the entire human race. He was clearly not that kind of person. He was selfish, ruthless, and heartless. He would never sacrifice himself for anyone, much less take on the greater good. But when had it started? He had stood in front of everyone. Since when had the Eternals believed that the human race would collapse as long as they killed him? He did not know. He was too tired. He had fought so many battles to the death and he had broken through so many times. His heart was still filled with fear of the unknown, and he was worried about the future. Lu Yin lowered his arms and looked at Ming Yan. I'm really tired. His brother Lu, you're tired. You should rest, Ming Yan said gently as she raised a hand to caress his face. Lu Yin closed his eyes. I'm really tired and I want to rest as well. I want someone to fish with me, drink tea with me and share my happiness and sadness with me. Under the candlelight there's someone waiting for me. That's home. I want a home. I want a home with you. The more ordinary a wish is, the harder it is to fulfill it. I just want to give you a stable life and give us descendants. So, unfortunately, I can't do that for the time being. I don't dare to save you because I don't know if I can survive. Promise me that you have to live on and wait for the day when we can be reunited. Promise me. A gentle voice rang out. Right, I promise you. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fierce. I'm not talking to you. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm, causing a terrifying power to shake the universe. It was soft to the touch and the palm struck the butterfly's wing. It was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Lu Yin. The butterfly howled in grief as it retreated. Light flickered continuously. The air around Lu Yin's body surged and swayed in the starry sky. It was as if a giant had stood up and was infuriated. You shouldn't have used Yen against me. Tian, you're courting death. The starry sky in his heart was released, covering the entire starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the light faded away. That light was the echelon law of heaven's grace. Jialan Zhilua had reminded him that although heaven's grace wasn't good at killing, her sequence rules were the hardest to deal with. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could penetrate through every opening and deliver a fatal blow when one was at their weakest. Heaven's grace was the most treacherous of the four guardians. In the past, Lu Yin hadn't felt anything, especially during these two wars. It had been Ku Zu who had held Tian'an back. Now he finally felt it. If he didn't have the rules and couldn't get close, he couldn't guarantee what the butterfly's sequence rules would do to him. Everyone had weaknesses, especially humans. Humans had too many emotions. Even if it wasn't Ming Yan, it could be Big Sis, Leon's armada, the Lu family, and everyone else that Lu Yin cared about. This kind of attack was the most difficult to defend against, but it was also the most fatal. Similarly, Lu Yin's sequence rules couldn't get close. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was filled with tyranny. The butterfly's wings were split open after being hit by a palm. It had been attacked by many soil spears in Immemorial City, and Ku Zu and Jialan Zhilua weren't easy to deal with either. The butterfly was already heavily injured, and Lu Yin's palm had left it completely unable to escape. It could only flap one wing. Lu Yin stepped onto the butterfly's back and stomped down on it, forcing it down even further. The butterfly howled, its voice no longer gentle. It was filled with hostility and hoarseness. Human, you'll get your retribution. Your race will be destroyed. 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 I'll destroy you before we do. Lu Yin grabbed one of the butterfly's cracked wings and tore it apart. The butterfly's mournful cries echoed through space and time. You killed a progenitor, killed Ku Zu, and slandered humans. You're just a butterfly. Who gave you the courage? Lu Yin tore off the butterfly's other wing. The butterfly continued to fall as light surged towards Lu Yin, forming a killing intent. However, her strength was just too laughable. Lu Yin was confident that he could take on Xianxia alone with his current strength, let alone the butterfly. The butterfly wasn't good at killing after all. She had been forced to retreat by Elder Shangu, so Tianfa had to take action. Lord Lu, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll really get your retribution. You should know that. The butterfly wailed. Lu Yin lowered his head and stared at the butterfly. Who's behind you? The butterfly trembled and stopped moving. Lord Lu, I'll tell you whatever you want to ask, but there are some questions you'd better not ask. Can you handle it now? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. How can you tell if we're from this universe? Through the universe's boundary. The butterfly didn't hesitate at all. Lu Yin was on her back, making her feel like she could be torn apart at any time. She had never felt like this since she stepped into the primordial realm. She had been the protector of the four directions for far too many years, and she had forgotten the feeling of death. Universe's boundary? Yes. Only by leaving this universe and returning can you clearly sense the aura of creatures that don't belong to this universe. That aura is as dazzling as a lamp. With our strength, we can find it across several sequence strings. That's why Tianfa can constantly find Elder Shangu of the Lost Clan, and Tianxi can find the hiding place of the Lost Clan. What's Tianxi's goal? What's your relationship with the everlasting race? We're just using each other. In this universe, the humans forcefully occupied the Mirage Domain during their heyday. The Mirage Domain doesn't belong to any universe. Taichu's actions violated the bottom line, so he must be punished. At that time, we saw clearly that the humans would definitely break through this universe if they were left alone. That's why we cooperated with the everlasting race. Those corpse kings will never break free. What's Tianxi's goal? Tianxi? He wants to lead the universe behind him to enter this universe because their own is no longer suitable for survival. That's all. Lu Yin squinted and punched the butterfly's back. The butterfly wailed again. Lord Lu, that's all I know. Lu Yin sneered. Alright, I'll change the question. Why did the everlasting race? Why did they have to destroy the sequence? The butterfly fell silent. Do you think the primogenitor doesn't know? Lu Yin asked. The butterfly said, restarting the universe and stepping into the eternal realm. This is the goal of the everlasting race and also Tianxi's goal. That's right. Lu Yin looked at the butterfly at his feet. With the strength of the everlasting race and the guardians of the four directions, even if it was a few decades or 100 years earlier, they could have destroyed Immemorial City and even the humans in this universe. They wouldn't have allowed me to grow and join forces with the humans to counterattack. Why didn't you do it? It's only 100 years. It's not a long time for cultivators. The butterfly was helpless. We have our rules. Believe it or not, Dao Lord Lu, no matter how much Tianxi longed to destroy the humans in this universe in the sequence, he didn't dare to do it. He could only do what the guardians of the four directions should do because these are our rules. We can't be unscrupulous. The same goes for the everlasting race. Why? Lu Yin stared at the butterfly. The butterfly said, I don't know. I really don't know. Many times rules can't be understood. You can't ask, you can't say, you can only do. These are the rules that suppress us. Once we break the rules, we cease to exist. Lu Yin frowned. He could tell that the butterfly was telling the truth, just like how she didn't dare to reveal the existence behind her. This matter was too strange. The guardians of the four directions had been watching this universe for a long time. They should have known about his existence long ago. Even if they didn't, they should have known that the sect above heaven had been established again. At that time, any one of them could have easily wiped out the sect above heaven and killed him. However, they didn't do anything until the sect above heaven could contend with them. This didn't make sense. Was it a rule? Was it a rule that fate had set for them? Why? He recalled what he had unintentionally said to Great Elder Dan Gu. Dan Gu had mentioned that there was an omnipotent existence in their universe. Lu Yin hadn't cared at the time and had only wanted to connect the lost race's space-time to the Genesis space. He had comforted Dan Gu, saying that even if there was such an existence, there must be a limit because the primogenitor had said that there was no limit in the universe. Now that he thought about it, those words seemed to be comforting him. Was there really a limit to fate? There should be. Otherwise, why would the primogenitor be allowed to live and the humans to grow? Why would he be allowed to kill the guardians of the four directions? The guardians of the four directions were just four pieces of trash who didn't dare to cross the bitter adversity. In Lu Yin's eyes, including the primogenitors, they were just slaves of fate. Fate might not care about their deaths, but what did it care about? When would it appear? In what form would it appear? What is Tianfeng? Lu Yin asked again. Butterfly was terrified. Didn't you see it? That sword. Master Lu, I will tell you everything I can. Please spare me and don't kill me. If you kill me, it will lead to a disaster. You humans can't bear that disaster. Lu Yin was indifferent. Tianfa is dead and Tianfeng is done for. Do you think we're missing you? Butterfly asked. How can I be spared? What's the origin of the universe behind Tianxi? A spiritualized universe. The primordial monster from the immemorial battlefield came from a spiritualized universe. That's a completely different universe from ours. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Eternal said that Tianxi will bring the spiritualized universe here? Chapter 3274. It's very difficult. Butterfly continued. The spiritualized universe isn't weak, but it's very difficult to invade our universe. It'll take a long time to connect the two universes. But Tianxi has already been in our universe for a long time, Lu Yin said. Butterfly was silent for a moment. Yes. So, the spiritualized universe might attack us? It's possible. Through where? The universe's boundary. Take me there. Lu Yin was certain that Butterfly Tianan did not know that Tianxi had been killed. There had been no time for Tianxi to report back then, which meant that Butterfly Tianan did not know that Lu Yin had already gone to the universe's boundary and seen the door. If she had not brought him to the boundary, then he would have been able to tell. Perhaps it was because the butterfly was truly afraid of death, or perhaps it was because Lu Yin was too ferocious, but after a period of time she really did bring Lu Yin to the border where Tianxi was. There they saw the gate that connected the heavens and the earth, as well as the Thunder Lord who stood guard outside it. Jiangfeng? Butterfly was surprised. Outside the door, Jiangfeng also saw Butterfly and Lu Yin. You guys. Seeing Butterfly's miserable appearance, Jiangfeng laughed. You were beaten up pretty badly, protector of the four directions. Butterfly did not speak as she was still afraid. Since Jiangfeng was here, it was obvious that Lu Yin and the others had been here. If she had lied to Lu Yin and gone to the fake boundary, then they might have been dead by now. Uncle Jiang, how's Tianxi? Lu Yin asked. Butterfly looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shook his head. He didn't come out. By the way, how did you find this butterfly? Lu Yin told him about the battle that had taken place in Immemorial City, which left Jiang Feng dumbfounded. Jiang Feng knew that there would be a final battle between the humans and the Eternals, and he had been waiting for it to happen. He had thought that it would happen after the Protectors were dealt with, but he had not expected that the final battle would begin while he was guarding the door. Lu Yin roughly explained the final battle to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was still afraid as there had been several turning points in the battle. Although the humans had won in the end, it had been a narrow victory. Any of the turning points would have reversed the outcome. The sacrifice of a grand Empyrean is admirable. I've heard of Ancestor Hui, but I never thought that he had been hiding among the Eternals all this time. He played such a crucial role in the final battle. Lu Yin felt heavy when he talked about the sacrifice. He stepped on the butterfly and approached the door. If you don't want to die, then show me your worth. What's going on here? Without any hesitation, Butterfly directly said, behind this door is the spiritualized universe, but it's quite far away. Even with the speed of us primordial realm experts, it'll take us a very long time to pass through it. In the past, we used this door to go to other universes, and when we returned, we could easily determine whether a creature belonged to this universe. Who built this gate? I really don't know. The first time I came here, the gate was already here. Xianxia and the others didn't know either. I'm curious about something, Jiang Feng said, staring at the butterfly. Do you belong to this universe? The butterfly paused for a bit. I myself belong to this universe. Where are the other three? Tianfe doesn't belong to me. Tianfeng, I don't know. Lu Yin smiled and exchanged glances with Jiang Feng. Both of them laughed in such a mocking manner. They were supposed to guard this universe and expel foreign creatures, but 2 of the 4 guardians actually didn't belong to this universe. How laughable. From the looks of it, they weren't helping this universe expel foreign invaders at all. They were clearly treating this universe as a cage. They could enter and leave freely, but the people of this universe couldn't leave. The humans were at their peak, and there was even the slightest chance that the progenitors could leave, but they would be surrounded and killed. They weren't the 4 guardians but prison guards. They were the prison guards that watched over this universe. The butterfly clearly knew what would happen if she told them the truth. The humans would become even more hostile towards them, but she didn't dare to lie. She believed she had a chance to live because she was useful. How could a mighty primordial realm expert be useless? She didn't know how Tianfe had died, but with Tianfe's temper, he definitely wouldn't lower himself. He was different. She was willing to lower herself to survive. She hadn't lived enough yet. As long as she lived, she would have a chance at revenge. They were still too benevolent. They should have killed all the human experts after killing Alpha Primordial. They would have had a chance then, but it was too late. It was still too late. Open the door, Lu Yin ordered coldly. The butterfly begged. I can't open the door. Only Tianxia can. Lu Yin frowned. Then what's the point of keeping you alive? The butterfly said, I'm a primordial realm expert. I can help you do anything as long as it's within my ability. I can tell you about spiritualized universes. I know a little about them. Also, I can freely travel through parallel spacetime and sense creatures that don't belong to this universe. I'm really helping this universe expel foreign invaders. Really, Daolord Lu, please believe me. Aside from dealing with the humans, we're really fulfilling our duties. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Knock on the door. The butterfly was stunned. Sensing Lu Yin's killing intent, she could only face the door and slam it. From afar, it looked like a butterfly was slamming into the door. It was even more miserable than a moth flying into a flame. Even if a moth would be burned to death, it would still have a moment of brilliance before dying. However, the butterfly slammed into the door without even making a sound. It just slammed into the door soundlessly, causing only ripples. Lu Yin didn't know if Tianxia could hear him behind the door, but he didn't want to try. The next time the door opened, it might be the start of a war between the spiritualized universes and this one. No matter how confident he was in this universe, Lu Yin didn't want to start a war. A war would mean the deaths of many people. No one knew how many universes there were. He was tired and he just wanted to protect his own universe. The butterfly slammed into the door again and again, causing the light to dim. Speak. Don't you know how to knock? Lu Yin barked. The butterfly was sorrowful and shouted, Tianxi, open the door. Tianxi, I'm Tian and open the door. Tianxi. Jiang Feng felt strange. He kept feeling that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This was clearly a matter of life and death for the universe, but it felt like a robbery. He looked at Lu Yin. How's Kong Tianzhao? Lu Yin replied, he's still alive. Jiang Feng sighed, he's quite unlucky. Lu Yin didn't understand. In order to break through, he fought a battle with his parallel universe. In the end, he killed himself and sealed off his emotions. He killed his way into the disaster realm and specifically targeted the Xianxia. He would either break through or die. However, after several battles, he hovered between life and death. He didn't die, but he didn't break through either. How unlucky. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Jiang, do you have another parallel universe that's identical to you? Jiang Feng nodded. Yes. But why have I never seen a similar person in all the parallel universes I've seen in this universe? Lu Yin didn't understand. In the past, every change in the universe could lead to a change in the future. However, parallel universes could appear endlessly, and every change should give birth to a parallel universe. Even now, no one could explain the problem of parallel universes. The sequence of strings connected various parallel universes, but from Lu Yin's point of view, they didn't seem like parallel universes at all. Instead, they seemed like superimposed universes. The only real parallel universe was the one known to White Cloud City, which had someone exactly like him. That was a parallel universe. Jiang Feng said, actually, I'm not sure either. I've heard that the Eternals define a parallel universe as a real parallel universe. It's different from the one we see now, and the Eternals see it differently. However, I've interrogated a few traders and they just want to find a parallel universe. As for the reason, I don't know. Parallel universes, sequence string. Lu Yin was deep in thought. In front of him, Butterfly was still banging on the door and shouting, but it was useless. The door didn't move and there was no response. After a long time, it was still useless. Lu Yin said, all right, stop. Butterfly stopped and faced Lu Yin. Her wings were gone and she looked miserable. This door is very important to the spiritualized universe. Tianxi can't open it casually. Lu Yin looked at her. Although you didn't open the door, you did well. I can give you a chance to live. Butterfly sighed in relief and her voice softened. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Yin asked, why did you kill Ancestor Ku? What? Butterfly was stunned. Lu Yin repeated himself. You said that because of the rules, you didn't join forces with the Eternals to attack the humans. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't have had the chance to defeat the Eternals and I wouldn't have had the chance to grow. You had restrictions, so why did you kill Ancestor Ku? At that time, I hadn't appeared yet. The 5th and 6th mainlands were fighting and the starry sky of the tree was split. The primordial space's strength was low, and the 6 forces could barely hold on against the first disaster zone. Under the pressure of the 7 sky gods, they were barely hanging on. Then why did you kill Ancestor Ku? Butterfly was nervous. I accidentally met him. This human was able to kill his way out of the Eternals, and his innate gift was extraordinary. So, Lu Yin's eyes widened. Too forced. Your answer is too forced. Butterfly trembled. No, it's really like that. What did Ancestor Ku see when he killed his way into the disaster zone? What did he encounter? When he escaped, you chased after him. Why didn't the Eternals chase after him at that time? Why did he lose a part of his memory? What do you know? Answer me. Lu Yin shouted. Butterfly stared blankly at Lu Yin and hesitated. Do you want to die? Lu Yin shouted. Butterfly said, Pathmaster Lu, there are some questions that I can't answer and this is one of them. Don't ask any more. I'm a primordial realm expert and I have value. I can be of great help to you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Answer me. What memory did Ancestor Ku lose? What do you know? Butterfly's voice trembled as she sensed Lu Yin's determination. Pathmaster Lu, you're touching a taboo. Lu Yin was indifferent. Killing Tianfa has already touched a taboo. I've asked you so many questions before, but you still haven't answered some of them. You've told me everything. Butterfly's voice rose. You used me to knock on the door at the border and you never thought of letting me go. Lu Yin, you will die a horrible death. You humans will be miserable.